Panic.
Panic! Automatically.
Ahoy! And welcome to Legends of Logomancy's Monday night, one day late stream. If you've been watching our content up until this point, this is one of the streams that we're doing for the Trans Empowerment Project to raise money for those lovely folks. We'll have more on that later. You all know me. I'm your lovely GM and player, back again on Legends of Logomancy's stream. It's Neon Graffiti. Tonight, I'll be playing the lovely role of your game master and escorting these wonderful folks, a nice mix of new and familiar faces, through a wonderful, wonderful game tonight. As it currently stands, let's do a little bit of an intro of everyone, starting with the wonderful Archangelic.
Hi, everyone. I'm Archangelic, aka Mal. My pronouns are she, her, and tonight I'm going to be playing Pepper, the sentient pitcher plant and ship's doctor. Pronouns she, they, or it.
Excellent. And next, we have the wonderful Geek Baker.
Hi, I'm Geek Baker. I will be playing, of course, the lovely Baguette with her pronouns she, her. And I'm very excited for this. Baguette is a Sunhan class, so she wears a lot of summer clothes, like a poncho and a wickered hat. Just looks like those moms on a beach who are just collecting seashells.
Excellent. And then we have the exquisite Alex.
Hi, I'm going to be playing Esmeralda, a lovable scoundrel. Very basic, very chaotic. And we'll be trying to go for everyone's hearts.
And you might recognize her from the Pocket Dragon Pub. It is Vixie Bell.
Hey, everybody. I'm excited to be at the table tonight. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Vixie Bell, and I will be playing Shakti. I believe she's a little bit of a shapeshifter and an engineer, not a doctor. So don't get them confused.
God damn it, I'm a doctor, Jim, but not that kind of doctor. And last but not least, we have a very special guest with us tonight. We have the lovely Heather Knoxville from Trans Empowerment Project playing with us.
Hey everybody, I'm Heather Knoxville, she, they pronouns, professional overthinker and anxiety haver. I will be playing the character of Yvonne tonight, the Bloody, and I am a wandering sword lesbian who is 6'4" and very intimidating, but kind of a softie at heart. And so I am here as a thirsty sword lesbian tonight, but by day I am the COO of Trans Empowerment Project, which is a 501c3 nonprofit focused on empowering the trans community through resource building, community, and direct aid. So yeah, thanks so much for having me here.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. And before we get into the actual game, I want to take a minute and read something from the Thirsty Sword Lesbian rulebook. It's something that I've started to incorporate into starting any and all of my games because it just strikes true for me as a GM and for a lot of my players as well. So, without further ado, no fascists or bigots allowed. Support to play Thirsty Sword Lesbians. You must support racial liberation, intersectional feminism, and queer liberation. Respect transgender people, non-binary people, intersex people, and women. Respect racialized people. Respect Black, Indigenous, mixed race people, and other people of color. Respect sex workers. Respect disabled people. Respect immigrants. Respect lesbians and other people with queer sexualities. Respect people experiencing poverty or homelessness. Respect neurodivergent people such as those on the autism spectrum. Respect fat people and people of all body types, and not demand that anyone educate you about their marginalizations. If you do not agree, fix your heart before sharing a table with other people. If you do agree, but you're struggling with self-loathing or any aspect of your identity, that's understandable. We're taught to hate ourselves in so many ways. Come on in and let's celebrate the existence and joy of people like us. Let's get this show on the road. Our scene opens in space. The stars twinkle in the far distance as the camera pans around to reveal a larger green gaseous planet with multiple moons circling its orbit. It's calm, it's peaceful, and my God, it's gorgeous. This section of ether hangs still for but a moment before we hear the rumbling of thruster engines attached to the back of a sun-sailed nautical ship sailing through the galaxy. We watch as it passes our camera, the lettering on the side in a very fine handwriting, the Sapphic Violet. As the ship zooms by, we see another ship following right behind. The, what do I call them? Intergalactic Navy? The IN Cruiser. It's literally just called the Cruiser. Following close behind, its own engines rumbling and sputtering through the ether, the two ships giving chase towards one of the moons that's orbiting this giant gaseous planet. We can hear shouts from both crews as they prep to either engage with each other or continue to outrun. And our camera zooms into the front of the Sapphic Violet. In a fairly rickety rocking chair sits a very old woman. Her dog-like features, almost that of a pit or a boxer, hang saggy on her face. Two eye patches cover both of her eyes as she sits doing beading work at the front of this ship amidst all the chaos. A moment of stillness amidst the busyness of a ship about to engage in combat or attempt to make some risky maneuvers to get out of a dangerous situation. Yvonne, you are the first person to enter the scene as you bust through that front door to get the wonderful Graham captain out of her chair and back to somewhere a little bit safer. Give us a little descriptor of what you look like and open up the scene for us.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for putting the spotlight on me very first, because I have no idea how to play this game.
It's okay.
Yvonne comes busting in. She is wearing pretty much all black, very tight-fitted clothing. Got to be able to move. You don't need anything to be grabbed on. Like I said, 6'4", very demanding, intimidating presence, and yeah, I don't really know where to go from there.
What's the problem? And she looks up and she's wearing this like purple granny bonnet that has like the lace around the edge, and it's kind of covering the top of her face. As she kind of looks up to you, both her eye patches down over her eyes. What?
And so I just grab her, or
Yeah, you can grab her. You can tell her to move. What are you doing? You say it, it becomes real. That's the fun part about these games.
okay, yeah, I just want to check in with her, see how she's doing.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I've been through worse. As she continues to kind of beat along. But I guess if y'all are concerned, I'll pack up and I'll move to my cabin.
Do you need any help getting there?
No, it's fine. And she'll stand up from her rocking chair, and the back of it kind of folds down, and it becomes a little bit of a walker. And she takes her jacket off the back of it. It's this old beaten leather captain's jacket that you can see that she's stitched a crocheted blanket into the inside of, so it's warmer.
I just found a new favorite character.
Yeah, she kind of starts shuffling along as she goes, across the deck. There are people running backwards and forwards and up and down and rigging and lowering sails and raising sails. And from the back of the ship, a tall, dark figure who's standing at the navigation console goes, "It's straight ahead. It should be just another 50 clicks out. Just keep going." and a blob of kind of black goo with big eyeballs kind of floats around her, kind of making shape-shifting into little arrows pointing forward, and the shape-shifting into a tiny version of the violet and flying around quickly. People are running back and forth. And Esmeralda, you are the next to walk into the scene, or rather swing into the scene as, oh,
You
yes.
gotta hydrate, redeem.
We gotta hydrate.
Yeah.
Hydrate, everyone. Drink. Lost in the sauce.
I noticed.
I did.
As the cruiser pulls up and is gaining on your ship as it is a little bit larger and a little bit faster. And Esmeralda, you are preparing to receive some early onboard raiders. So you're swinging in. Give us a little introduction to yourself.
Yeah, you catch Esmeralda just like jumping off the crow's nest, just doing a full-on swan dive down. And before they like make full impact with the actual like deck of the ship, like there is actually like some rope that is actually like twirled along her leg, and it tightens and it just swings outward, and she like gracefully catches along and is like shouting orders to all of the like crew members below, just like, you get your ass over here, you get your ass over there. And she's wearing a beautiful black flowy dress that is beautifully adorned with, you know, roses from just like all the way to the bottom to the top. Beautiful black flowy hair, and she's wearing a leather corset that kind of like takes the place of her armor for the most part.
Phenomenal. And
yeah, there's a beautiful ornate rapier on her side too.
Beautiful. And we see all that happening in the background as the camera stays focused on probably Yvonne and Graham Captain as she kind of shuffles along the ship. She goes, "Oh, you kids always so full of energy. Remember when we were full of energy like that, Margot?" And there's a little stuffed kind of plushie of another kind of dog person sitting on her walker. And around its neck, there's a little bow tie, and the centerpiece of that bow tie is a very well-worn ring. As anyone of the crew is aware that Margot was the previous co-captain before her passing due to old age. And now Graham Captain lives alone on the ship with all of you lovely folks, because what else is she going to do? A retirement home? No way.
I'm not devastated. I'm okay.
Well, we best get out of the way before someone comes up on us. And just as somebody does, one of the naval officers swings from their ship, lands on yours, and is going to take a little swing at Graham Captain. And at that moment, let's see, at that moment, they step on a piece of the floorboard that leads down to the mess hall. And their footing gets immediately interrupted as Pepper, you pop up from the floorboards with a fresh loaf of bread, I'm assuming, amidst all this chaos. So please give us a little introduction, or not Pepper, sorry. Baguette.
I was like, Pepper stole my bread?
There's so many things to keep track of. The scene is chaos, and so am I. Baguette, you pop out of the floorboards. Give us a little intro to what you look like and what you're doing in all of this.
Well, like I said before, Baguette is pretty much looks like a mom who collects seashells on the beach. She wears sandals and she wears like little shorts, and they're like flower platter shorts and everything. She has flour, however, on her nose that kind of looks like sunscreen. As she just like it pops up with a poncho, and the poncho is just like a rainbow with sunflowers all over it. Like she looks like she's ready to go on a cruise, not a pirate ship. And with the sun hat and everything. And he pretty much just pops up, sees somebody and be like, oh, that's not nice. Could you not? And just takes their sword and just whacks them across the face. Like, how about no? Or actually just hits them in the face with the baguette. With the bread in their left hand.
For sure. Let's roll. This is going to be a danger move. This is going to be a fight. So when you seek to incapacitate someone with violence, roll plus daring or plus grace.
I would like to also point out that I have a multi-purpose sword, as the sword is organic, and it can be made out of hard crust. So I could attack them with a baguette.
I am all here for it.
So I'm doing a fight.
Yes, a fight. So roll plus daring or plus grace.
Just one die, correct?
2d6.
That's a 10.
10. That's phenomenal. So you get to choose 3 from the list below, and your opponent chooses 1 to apply to you in response.
Let me just pull that up.
You get, yeah. I'll also read them out for the lovely audience. You get to flirt with or provoke your opponent to gain a string on them. Through violence or cutting words, inflict a condition. Create an opportunity for an ally through prowess or distraction, or take an object from your opponent or seize a superior position. We also have to hydrate.
All right. I think through violence or cutting words, inflict a condition.
Absolutely. So you get to choose 3 of the options. But if you want to only choose to inflict 1 right now, we'll let it go because it's going to be a pretty quick move.
I think it would be conflict and create a distraction for the captain.
Phenomenal. Yeah, sounds good. So you inflict a condition. We're going to say the condition is... Oh, I have them all up here somewhere.
Putting Neon on the spot right away. Let's go, Neon.
We're going to put insecure. They swung in with a lot of energy, and then they had their footing taken out from underneath them, so they're having a moment of like, oh gosh. And as they stagger back from losing their footing and getting hit with a baguette, Grand Captain takes another step forward with the walker, reaches into their jacket, and pops out a flintlock and shoots them in the chest before continuing to like hobble along.
Hell yeah.
Favorite character
Hey,
right there.
get off of my ship.
What's a friend?
She continues to hobble along, and she goes down the entryway that Baguette popped out of, and down in one of the lower bays there is a plant person rushing between different injured crewmates, getting everyone bandaged up as quickly as possible. Pepper, now it's your turn to describe yourself.
Yeah, so you see a humanoid person with like these pink ruffles that look like flower petals because they are flower petals. They're kind of like pink variegated white. Pepper is looking out, has this like metal palm frond, clearly meant to be like a decorative fan on somebody's wall, prepared to defend herself. If anything happens, she's not a good fighter. She's the doctor, but she needs to be here just in case. And in these like flower petals is a little shrew that is just sitting there, and she says, Mildew, I think we're in danger.
Squeak, 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 squeak. As Mildew kind of squeaks around and does the little like mouse hands, you know? And yeah, you are rushing about, you're getting some things prepped, and you hear up top your navigator, Maeve, shouts down, reaches into kind of this metal pipe that bells out in front of her, and she yells into it, and she goes, Shakti, I need more power! And we cut down from Graham Captain as she reaches her cabin to the bellows of the ship. There's this large kind of cyber steampunk engine with a lovely individual turning gears, battering in nails and to replace ones that have popped out, and just all over the place, making sure that this engine is running as best it can. Shakti, please introduce yourself.
There's an unintelligible curse in response to being asked to feed more power to these already taxed engines. But Shakti stands at about 5'9". She's effeminate in her face only, but they are non-binary in body. And they have their hair up in a bandana to keep the soot and gunk out of it, and are very furiously working at these engines to try and get as much out of them as they can. So, and all the while just muttering curses and how there's no, like this is too much and we're probably going to explode and we're all going to die, but it'll be fine. It'll be great.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
As such, let's get you to roll a defy disaster.
Oh
When you push your
no.
limits to achieve something extraordinary that's not covered by another move, or to avert imminent danger to yourself or someone else, we'll say the whole group in this case, say what you're willing to sacrifice and pick your approach.
Cool. So since I'm going to be like rolling about this and it could potentially make or break everybody, can I pull from our dice pool?
Absolutely, you can. So for those just tuning in, throughout all of the trans empowerment fundraiser that we are doing, a $20 donation gets our players an additional dice to roll. We have 5 in the pool right now, but we're about to redeem 1. So Shakti's about to add an additional D6 to the roll.
Yes.
And while they do that, everyone else, hydrate.
Yay. I'm going to roll and then hydrate. Oh, snap. I would say this it exploded, but it didn't. I just rolled a 6. So it made me happy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so do I add them together or take the highest?
You add them all together.
So
and then add either your daring, grace, heart, will, wit, or spirit, depending on how you want to play this.
Okay, so that's 12 plus daring. Wait, did you say grace or wit?
Any one of your stats, so your daring, grace, heart, wit, or spirit, whichever one you would prefer. It just is going to dictate how you accomplish what it is you're accomplishing.
I feel like it makes the most sense to use her wit. So, or their wit. So it'll be 13 total.
13 total. That is an excellent roll. So you do it with style. At the GM's discretion, you may also learn new information or discover a new opportunity or gain a string on someone. Up to you.
I think, can I gain a string on Maeve? The navigator?
Yes, absolutely. Our navigator Maeve. Describe what this looks like for you. Describe how you are working the engines to get them running even more than they're supposed to.
So she takes a deep breath and she's like, okay, you can do this. And thinks about the structure of the engines that she's been working on for a while. Goes in there with a wrench and a screwdriver and just starts working and is like muttering to herself about where things go and how things go. And the engines begin to like rev up more in response to her tinkering. And then she twists the last bolt in place and she goes, give it everything, Maeve. I've got it.
I love it. So yeah, you wrench that last bolt into place. And we watch on the kind of ship's dashboard of instrument. So you got the large nautical wheel and then a set of kind of sci-fi boards and beeps and boops and graphs that are measuring, the ship's altitude and its gravity plane and its everything else. And Maeve's at the wheel and goes, oh, I could kiss you right now, and pulls the lever right next to the wheel to send it into overdrive. She goes, Void, I'm gonna need a hand. And we watch as the ship sails and the actual sails turn to catch a little bit more of that solar light, and the hex grid on the sails light up as they catch more of that energy. And it's almost like time pauses for a second.
But no one needs to talk about it.
It's okay. I'm watching the stream more than I'm watching our back end, so there's a little bit of a delay. And the sails light up and the ship stalls for a second. And Shakti, you have a moment of oh no.
She's like, wait.
No. And you give it a little ka-dong with the wrench, and it knocks that gear, that pipe right back into place. And at that time, it's almost as if the ship sings in harmony with the ether around it as it just and you're disappeared without a trace.
Woo! I think when it begins to resonate and hum and they give that purr, I think Shakti smiles really wide, almost too wide, and is just like, that's my girl. you know.
I think when the ship
Absolutely.
speed forward, Beckett's like, "Uh-oh," it just falls backwards, just like right into the missile.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get a last little shot of Graham Captain as she's sitting down in her bed, and the ship lurches, and she just like falls backwards into bed, like slippers go up into the air.
I love Graham
You know,
Captain.
like the Crash Bandicoot fall down the hole animation. You know, like the shoes just come up.
Could in that moment Esmeralda like run up and grab
Yes.
the shoes before they fall on the ground?
Sure. We'll say that you're passing through kind of the inner hull, and you grab the shoes before they fly off into the distance.
Wonderful. I would like to use a playbook move here called the main
Absolutely.
attraction.
Absolutely. Tell
where
me
I
what
can-
that does.
So yeah, when I make a dramatic entrance, I roll with grace, and depending on how well I roll, there are some very lovely benefits.
Yeah.
So
Roll
yeah,
with grace.
it'll look like me just kind of like just kicking open the door after just looking very sweaty. Definitely like being now very adorned with like a lot of golden jewelry and necklace that I definitely stole from the Navy. As I run up, grab the two slippers with just one hand and then gracefully just set them on Grandma's lap and walk towards
Absolutely.
everyone else. And yeah, I'm gonna roll with grace and then hopefully we'll see how well that goes. That's 10.
Excellent. That means you get to choose 2 from your list.
Woo.
Okay, so I'm going to choose to take a string on someone present, and I'll take a +1 forward.
Excellent. Who is the string?
I think I'm gonna use the string on the person that I currently have my eyes set on. So I'm gonna pick
Mhm.
Shakti
Oh,
as I'll
Absolutely.
kind of as I'll continue to kind of walk over and pull out this like very flowy red handkerchief and then hand it over to Shakti and be like, "Oh, you have a little bit of sweat up there, darling."
do you walk down to the engine room to do this? Because that's
Oh
where-
yes, no, I will walk as awkwardly and as long as possible holding this handkerchief to make this happen.
I can just see all the rest of us just staring like, what?
What is happening?
What?
I think
There's
Shakti will
on a
just,
Mission.
will just kind of blink and go.
goes again.
I think Shakti, when you finally get there, she's like admiring her handiwork. She's being all like, she's like, yeah, it's purring like a, it's purring like a kitten and all that stuff. And then when she's this red scarf or red handkerchief comes out of nowhere, she turns and looks, or they turn and look at you, and they're like, what is this for?
Oh, just you had a little sweat and I don't know. I just wanted to make sure, a little oil. I just don't want you to, get your sight, hampered with if anything got in the way. You're
Ah.
doing such important work.
She takes it and she goes, well, I don't sweat, I glisten, but thank you. And like dabs at her their forehead.
Magnificent.
Oh,
And,
I am
like,
living
and
my best
purposely
life
tucks
right
it into
now.
like the back pocket of her pants. Very, very engineer style, like very mechanical, like this is practical and useful. So I will keep it here in a practical and useful place,
Perfect.
Absolutely. So, for the moment, your ship has rocketed forward out of an imminent danger. The Navy is still on your tail and is coming. The pressure is still there. But now you lie in orbit above the moon that you need to reach. Not but a day ago, Esmeralda probably would have been the one to do so. But Esmeralda would have swiped a map for the treasure of Tiberius Flintlock, a legendary pirate from a time long past that was in possession of one Commodore Cassandra Gestalt, who is now chasing all of you. Below you lies the moon that the map has led to. Maeve is shouting orders and preparing a boarding crew to go with the rest of you down to the planet to see if you can get to the treasure before the Navy either gets you or gets there first. As it currently stands, you are a leg ahead, but that can change as the game goes forward. Okay. So you have a moment of prep before you descend to the planet's surface? Is there anything anyone is bringing with them? Preparing someone they need to talk to? Anything along those lines?
I believe Baguette would be bringing a lot of dough. Just dough, snacks for people, just maybe like a little satchel bag, and then a side compartment to pick up new ingredients to try out. But that's hidden, so Pepper doesn't know. And just shoving stuff in there and just puts their sword on their back and just walks out and like, I'm ready. Just like
Excellent. Anyone else?
Pepper is gathering the general purpose, like anti-poisons, like, like antitoxins. It's like, okay, Baguette's up to something.
I have no idea what you mean, good Pepper.
Absolutely.
Yvonne is just gathering several weapons, things to defend the party. Of course, I have my big, beautiful sword, but I also have my hair dagger here. I have several little booby trap things in my pockets, like caltrops or whatever, that I can drop if people are pursuing us. So generally just things to protect the party.
Absolutely.
I think Shakti is getting her toolbox together. So they're packing all their stuff in the toolbox, like wrenches, hammers, things that they might need for any mechanical things that they're up to. And also writing a sign on like a piece of cardstock that at like on the sign is written engineers only. And she puts the sign on the door as she leaves and padlocks the door to the engine room. Just to kind of make people aware, like, this is not a place you should be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's also kind of changed a little bit, like just to a fresh shirt. She wears a high collared shirt that looks like a kurta with the sleeves rolled up, and again pants, just because they're a bit more practical, and steel-toed boots because she's a tech. She's not about to break her foot on any equipment. So, but yeah. So
excellent. Go for it.
I think I would try to approach. I have a little bit of a shenanigan here, and I would like to pull aside Yvonne and Shakti. Aside, and just pull you both aside and be like, so I have a little bit of an idea. Shakti, do we still have some gunpowder barrels?
Shakti narrows her eyes suspiciously. Maybe. Why?
Well, I noticed Yvonne that you maybe had a couple of caltrops. Do you happen to have maybe a net or two with you as well?
Absolutely.
Oh, wonderful. I was thinking that maybe we could fashion with, if you're willing to part with them, maybe just 2 eensy little, gunpowder barrels filled with caltrops, tie them to both ends of a net, drop them behind us, and maybe the Navy isn't none the wiser and runs right into a little bit of an explosive trap.
I think we could rig something up like that pretty quick.
It's possible.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to say that is something you can do. You have the time, resources, and know-how to tie a few strings to a barrel. You're, intergalactic spacefaring pirates. It is easy enough.
Somebody has 50 feet of hempen rope.
Cool.
Exactly.
Could I take advantage and at least in that moment try, if not to entice both of them at the same time?
Yeah, give me 2 separate rolls.
Okay. Okay, I will do the first one on Yvonne because I have a +1 forward from the previous
you do
one.
have a +1 forward.
Okay, good, because that's that'll be a 10.
That's a 10. Okay, so entice is a very fun heartstring move. that helps us navigate the social and relationship aspects of this game. So when you roll a 10 on your entice, you gain a string on Yvonne, and Heather, you get to choose one of the following conditions below. You get flustered and awkward. You promise something that you think Esmeralda wants, or you give in to desire, and whatever that looks like for you.
Considering that I'm very like stoic and standoffish at first, I think that I'm going to get flustered and awkward.
Absolutely.
But deep down, I'm really flattered.
Yeah, I think Esmeralda would clock that and make sure to be as courteous and considerate as possible in that, to make sure that like the awkwardness isn't like, too noticeable or anything. And then I'll roll for Shakti as well.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I thought you rolled for both of us, and I was like, oh no.
No, one per each.
Yeah. Okay, so 6 + 1 + 1, so that's an 8.
8. So you will gain a string on Shakti unless they decide to choose one of the below effects. So that is up to you, Shakti. You can either choose to give Esmeralda a string, or you can get flustered and awkward, promise something they think
You think they want
something they think you want. Yeah, and give in to desire.
Okay. I think we're going to do the last option. But the way that she's going to do this is she's going to smile, that like slightly too wide smile, and lean in close, like by their ear, and say cute, and then pull away. But like it close enough that like her like you can almost feel her lips on like your ear.
Oh yeah, I think Esmeralda just like immediately covers her face up with her hair as she's just blushing wildly.
Beautiful.
I'm glad my character has riz because I don't. Also, we got to hydrate. Woo.
That was a while back, but oh no, that's another one. Archangelic.
I too thought I was insane, and then I was like, wait.
My own players making me drink water.
Rude.
Self-care.
Out of my way, gay boy. I'm about to liberate myself from this mortal shell. Hospital. Okay. So you get that all tied up. You toss it off the back of the ship as you're kind of entering into orbit. And we'll see if the Navy runs into it. And we will. Hopefully they will. Hopefully maybe they won't. You pack up the longboats to descend down to the planet's surface, to the moon's surface. This moon is a kind of like a forest moon of Endor type situation. For those of you who have seen Star Wars, those dense forests, giant trees. There is some standing bodies of water, but most of it is just up in the sky. It is constantly raining somewhere on the planet, leading to this very dense, lush vegetation. Maeve is installing the long range radio onto one of the longboats, and just looks at all of you and goes, "Okay, I am gonna need to stay here to maybe park the ship on the other side of the moon, and hopefully the Navy doesn't blow us up. When you guys have the treasure and are done, give us a call up to radio us, and we'll meet you on somewhere, and we'll get you all docked up, and we will be gone before anyone knows where we are. Sound good?"
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you load up
On those
into
engines, wink. Again.
So where?
Oh no.
Oh
no.
Oh
no. Whoop.
And they got-
Oh no.
Suddenly, this has become an episode of Cyberpunk Red. We've been hacked too. We got to change
Yeah.
games.
Okay, everyone, pull out the alternative character sheets that we prepped for the Cyberpunk takeover.
Woo!
Not just kidding. We're gonna take a minute while we get that figured out. And I'm
Woo!
gonna just at James. Oh,
Oh,
are you
there we
back?
go. Hey.
All right, excellent.
Huzzah.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Back again.
We all look over as Esmeralda turns into space dust for a second and then recoalesces.
I don't feel so good, Mr.
Oh,
Chuck.
Oh no.
Excellent.
One
Okay.
more time.
Nope. One more time.
no.
So there, I don't feel so good. We curse ourselves.
Okay, back to space dust. Yeah. We get a fun little bonus scene of Graham Captain now sitting in her quarters. She's doing more beating, and then like she pans over and she's like, "Oh well, I guess you're a little dirty, hey?" And she pulls out the musket that she pulled out earlier, like the flintlock pistol that she pulled, and she like kind of polishes it, reloads it, puts it away. Never catch me slacking.
Granny's best character.
Graham's the VIP of this. She's carrying this whole story on her back.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't get to have a character, but I do get to have a Graham Captain, and I am gonna run with that.
Ah.
Okay,
I feel
are
like
we
because
back?
this is Thirsty Sword
yeah.
Lesbians, Graham's flintlock pistol also has like a spring-loaded like dagger that comes out just in case
Oh yeah,
he runs
yeah.
out.
She's,
Like
there's like fully
Ooh,
a
so it's not
triangular.
bullets, it's just daggers.
Yeah, they are tri-tip daggers. They are impossible to seal up. She's nasty. She's from an older time of pirating where it was really brutal.
Ah.
And then
Graham
we
Captain
have
was a war
our great
criminal.
god who just shows up sometimes and speaks.
Okay, Esmeralda, what were you about to say?
I was like, so where did they say they were taking the ship again? I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking of other things.
We're just gonna go around the back end of the planet. Hopefully the Navy doesn't see us. If we need to, get out of way so that they don't, do any damage to the ship while you guys are down there, that's what we'll do. But give us a call in the long range when you're ready, and we will come get you whenever that is needed.
Okay.
Mhm.
Good luck with your back end.
Good luck with your front end. And she turns awkwardly and walks away. And then like after like the 5 steps where she thinks that like none of you are paying attention to her anymore, she has like a front end. That was so stupid.
Aw,
God.
Oh my god.
Poor thing.
love her.
And she'll walk off to go kind of bring the ship around and get ready to leave once the longboats have departed. So you all load in. There are 2 longboats. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. So you can split into 3 and 2. You can do, 4 and 1. The extra longboat is just in case something happens to the first one, or to load extra treasure onto. So however you want to descend, that is on you. But I will want marching order on this. So group 1, group 2.
I'll be the head of group 2.
Esmeralda's group 2.
I think I'd be either group 1 or group 2. I'd be trying to
Those are
gather
the options.
ingredients. I know. Sorry. Wait. So I'm like, who
it's
would
just
let
to
me?
get down to the planet's surface.
Who would let
You don't
me
have to
gather-
think too hard of it.
Okay. All right. I'll be group 1 then.
Group 1.
I
Pepper's
think,
group 2.
Pepper is group 2.
I think Shakti takes a moment to grab Yvonne and says, "Which one do you think is most likely to die on that moon? The baker or the plant?"
Pepper's playing with the shrew. Like, we're gonna see so many plants. Yeah.
I guess just looking down, and be like, so much ingredients.
I can take one if you
So
take the other, but I just
Yeah, I do agree that we definitely need a strong fighter to go with each group.
Eh, so plant or baker, which one do you prefer?
Baker.
Fine, I'll guard the plant. She goes to wherever. I think Pepper said group 2, right? So
Yeah.
Shakti is gonna take position on group 2 with group 2.
Yeah, and Yvonne. Okay.
Thank goodness, because I don't think Baguette knows how to drive.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest.
Okay.
So,
We're gonna take a bet on who dies first.
Letting you know.
A handful of other crew members kind of give a good kind of pull the longboat back and give it a little push out. And as they swing out sideways from the docking bays on the kind of bottom middle of both sides of the ship, the arms swing out with the rope, and the longboats kind of go and swing out to the side. They detach, and it takes a second, but their own smaller gravitational devices kick in, and both of you are sitting in these kind of long boats that have a single solar sail on the back of them. One person is able to sit at the back and move the rudder to kind of steer. Everyone else is kind of sitting in the longboat. We need, once again, a driver from group 1 and a driver from group 2 who's driving the boat.
Shakti will drive group 2.
Yeah, that
Shakti will
seems
drive
correct.
group 2.
Oh, I'm definitely
And-
driving group 1.
We can give
Driving
it
group
to
one.
Baguette.
You guys end up in like a zigzag.
Absolutely.
You do a loop the loop. Somehow you're upside down. No one knows how we got here.
Just a
Take
croissant.
the rudder away from
shape.
Baguette.
Exactly. So the both of you grab the steering apparatus and you give it a little shake. You pull the clutch that is on the handle, and the sail unfurls behind you and catches a little bit more of that sun from this from this solar system, and you start to make your descent.
How long
I'm gonna
does
do
the descent take?
Probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Would it be long enough
Um,
to offer someone emotional support?
It would be. It would be long enough to offer someone some emotional support if you so choose. I am going to, at this moment, also roll to see if your explosive net and caltrop apparatus hits the Navy. I'm going to do a simple evens and odds. Evens, it will hit. Odds, it will not. And we'll see what happens. That is a 5. So,
Dang.
you're kind of waiting, and Esmeralda, you especially, is sitting in the longboat. You kind of are looking back, and you can see the naval cruiser approaching, and you spot it maybe with a spyglass that you have. You're like, oh, there it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. God damn it. As kind of one of the barrels kind of hits the side of the ship and bounces off, but it's not quite enough to have it swing around, collide, and explode. However, I will say you do get, there was like a little like a little naval cadet who they had like hanging off the side, scrubbing barnacles off the side, and he gets caught in the net and dragged off into space.
I close my spyglass and I'm like, I owe Shakti so much gold.
Anyway.
Yeah, I would actually like to offer Pepper some emotional support.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I will sit over next to them and offer to hold and pet Mildew while we just kind of like sit, hang out during the time being, and maybe like sing some songs to pass the time.
Yes. If you want to give Mildew treats, we enjoy them.
Oh, what is Mildew's favorite treat? Actually, what are both of your favorite treats?
I don't eat in a traditional manner that I would rather not discuss, but Mildew eats and we enjoy it together.
That is magnificent. And if you ever wanted to impart that information, or if you never wanted to, I completely respect either.
There's these delicacies. What do they call them? Walnuts.
Oh, yes.
Mildew loves them.
Well,
Yeah, I was gonna say mildew also loves hydrate.
I'm
Mhm.
out.
So-
Shoot.
This is thirsty sword lesbians. I'm gonna need a bigger bottle of water.
We are drinking.
yeah,
Yeah.
we got a drink. So yeah, I think I will pull up little mildew to my face and be like, when we get down there, I'm gonna look for every walnut for you possible, and then I will roll
Absolutely.
heart to see
Roll heart.
what happens. So barely makes it to 10.
Barely makes it to 10. Jesus, you are
Yes.
rolling away.
I know. I'm
Um,
like, I actually kind of been like, I want to roll low so I can mark experience, but I haven't.
Yeah. So, emotional support's a really fun move. What happens is, of course, you're offering emotional support through offering to feed and help take care of mildew. However, it is completely on Pepper to choose if they open up to you or not. If they open up, they choose one of the following effects, and you either choose one as well or take a string. If they choose not to, then nothing happens, and we'll see how that goes.
I have to confess a little bit. I'm a little bit frightened of what we're doing. She kind of like taps like on her like where her like chest would be, and you just hear like a hollow thud.
Oh.
I'm not made of bones. And that comes at a disadvantage sometimes. It's why my people don't really fight a lot or go on ships and things. But it's exciting. I'm just a little nervous though.
Mhm.
I appreciate so much that you were willing to tell me that. And yeah, I mean, you know, if any danger were to come your way, I would gladly stand in the way of it to make sure that you're safe. Especially you and little mildew.
The petals just kind of close up a little bit, like
Shakti's
Thank
just
you.
listening to this, like with like the person that's like sipping the tea, like that. That's Shakti
Yeah.
right now. Like just watching this
Absolutely.
conversation happen. Like
Could Baguette just be feeding cookies?
You're
Just
on the
like-
other boat.
you're on the
Yeah,
other
no,
boat.
I'm on the other boat, but can I be feeding it? Just like,
Just tossing
here's a cookie? No, like not to you guys.
Oh,
Yvonne.
To Yvonne, just feeding Yvonne cookies. Like, I made this cookie yesterday. You want to try this cookie? How about this one? That's what we're doing on our boat.
Yeah, I'm all
Wonderful.
about the cookies. Let's do it.
Hell yeah. Phenomenal. I love this. I don't know. It feels like it's a double romance scene across two different boats, but one is happening in the background and has way less context.
One's being very emotional, and then there's just Baguette be like, so what do you think about this cookie? How about this one? Let's
So
talk about
good.
this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pepper and also Esmeralda, you both get to choose one of the recovery options for emotional support.
Yeah, I'm gonna take +1 forward.
I'm going to
Welcome
also do
forward.
the same.
Excellent. And then Yvonne and Baguette, the feeding cookies scene. Do you want to play that out more, or is that just a background bit that's happening?
One of Baguette's thing is that she just brings stuff to Yvonne just to try them, so that she can be like, "Is this good? Is this not? God dang it!" All right,
tell me.
here's my shtick. You ready
Zoom.
for it? Zoom enhance.
Boom! Computer enhance. Okay. As your two longboats start to descend, the Sapphic Violet takes a little bit of a turn and starts to kind of arc its orbit trail around to the back of the planet. And you notice that the naval cruiser is coming up close behind. Esmeralda, I wrote in that you had a spyglass, so I'm going to say that you're the one who notices it. But you take a moment, you look back at the ship, and standing on the like very bow of the naval cruiser is a woman that matches Yvonne in size. Tall, but where Yvonne is muscular and well worn, this woman is lithe and well kept. Her darker skin plays wonderfully with the night sky, and her hair is pulled back into a high bun that seems to have little bits of like gem or shimmer in them, and her hair in and of itself seems to be a galaxy to itself. She stands in the classic white naval pants and the blue naval jacket with the gold trim, and she is kind of glaring down, no telescope, at the rest of you. Her very kind of sharp and elegant features just glaring daggers in your direction.
Good.
As per
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I was going to say, as per your previous encounter when you stole the map in the first place, this is Commodore Cassandra Gestalt.
Yeah, we got some beef. Could I try to figure out a person on her with just a spyglass alone, or is that too far?
I will say you can use the spyglass alone, but you'll get limited answers. You'll only get answers that would make sense for you to observe visually from a distance.
Okay, I'm gonna roll my best stat, wit, which is -1.
Not good at understanding people.
Okay, there it is. Oh boy,
Oh dear.
that's a 7.
That is a 7. Okay, you can ask 2, but they get to ask 1 in return. And she'll get the same limit that you do, in that she's only going to figure out something that she can via looking at you. Okay, so ask your 2 questions.
Okay. Oh, this is saucy. Who does she love the most?
Who does she love the most? How do I want to answer that? Oh no!
Oh!
Time to drink. Yay!
Who's Millie the space cat?
It wasn't me.
Okay. I gotta turn my office light on and then pour myself a shot of this. Give me just a second.
Good, because my cat. We're also stopping at a cliffhanger.
This is. I love this.
My camera keeps.
Oh,
I'm so excited for
Okay.
this. Let's do this, Neon. You got this. I ain't doing it. No.
yes. Okay. For the uninitiated, on the Legends of Logomancy Tiltify, there's this wonderful redeem called Ramshackle's Juice that makes you explode. Now, James, our lovely tech person and lovely showrunner of Legends of Logomancy, has hand distilled a wonderful, wonderful drink for the all of us. And let me just read you the ingredients really quick before we continue. It includes a 100% Alchemist Fire, which is 95% grain alcohol, Carolina Reaper peppers, ice cream vanilla scorpion peppers, vanilla bean, cherry ghost peppers, and orange habanero. This is Death Incarnate. If you have tuned into the previous Thirsty Sword Lesbians game, you know that this actually just made a whole man explode in lore. So I have to take a lovely, lovely shot of this, and then we're going to continue playing.
Listen, I'll take a shot with you, but it won't be that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
No,
this
no,
is
I
a
don't have.
specific type of hell that I specifically looked at James and went, yes, I can do that.
If I had milk, I would do it as well, but I do not have milk. There's no way in hell I'm doing it because I've had it before. It is
So
poison.
Y'all are brave.
It is delicious.
Yeah, that's brave.
But delicious.
delicious.
Poison. At least
Yeah.
it tastes good.
yeah, cheers. I got some on my hand, so I'm just wiping it off before I do anything ridiculous. I'll have to wash it later
Cheers.
before I touch my eyes or anything else.
Jeez.
It is evil.
Oh, God, this is more than
Wow.
last time.
You ready?
Yep. Our viewers
Give
are
me a
ready to
second.
see what happens.
I need to open up my window a little bit more.
The
Get
thing
more
with this
airflow in
thing
here.
is,
It's
if
already
you keep
warm.
on breathing, it gets worse.
That's
Oh,
It tastes like vanilla though.
Yeah.
Tastes very good.
It's like
Hey.
vanilla, like as it burns your esophagus out.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
sounds like such a wonderful
Just
time.
pretend you're Graham.
Yeah.
You're Graham taking the
Just-
shot.
yeah. Just like Margot used to make.
Just-
You can do it.
my God, you can do this.
My body is refusing, but here we go.
oh.
Hey.
Here we go. God.
Can you run your questions by me again?
Yes. Who does the Commodore love the most?
Right.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yourself. Next question.
Oh God.
What do they hope to get from engaging with us?
They are looking to put some pirates in jail and return stolen goods back to the people of the United Galactic Mercantile Guild, which is mostly what Captain Tiberius Flintlock's treasure is made of.
Hydrate. Maybe get some milk. Someone
Maybe
redeem
get
the
some
hydrate.
milk. Yeah.
Nope. We raw dog this like God intended. And she's gonna ask in return. It's that bad, James.
James, it is evil.
Horrible.
You see, the difference between you and I, James, is you have a vent over the top of your head where I have hair. Lots of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You make it look very good. I'm crying a little bit. Ooh.
God,
Yeah.
I'm from Louisiana.
it works
and I
every
don't
time I
fuck
have
with
it.
Carolina Reaper. Like,
Yeah.
I don't fuck with that.
Like when James
Ugh.
has a bottle and it's the end stuff, it is completely red. Like it looks
It's
like
red.
red cherry syrup. And I'm like, that's not good. That is just red. That's not
Okay.
safe for human consumption.
And Commodore Gestalt, glaring down at you, is also going to get a question in return. And it's going to be, how could I get you to surrender?
Ooh.
Oh
God.
boy.
Damn. That's a good question. How could they get me to surrender? This is basically like a moment of vulnerability.
Basically, how could she convince you to surrender?
I think in that moment, in their mind, what probably shows to the Commodore and like in that moment of weakness is that I look over at Captain Grandma, and I think that there's a moment of like, if she were to ever get like caught or put in danger, the like the very likely high potential of like Esmeralda being able to like surrender or give up anything for the safety of Captain Grandma just really shows.
Oh, yeah. Captain Grandma. Absolutely. And she kind of clocks that. And you can see she does one of those like very classic villain turns where like she turns on her heel and like takes a step and her coattails like swish out behind her as she like marches back to the ship. And the very like scowl on her face, like commanding power. Okay. And you start to descend. And as you descend, both of the ships, everyone can see that the naval cruiser is turning broadside to you and is starting to follow your ship. But as it does, you almost feel it before you hear it. Whether you are looking directly at the ship or not, you have a moment of, what was that flash? And you turn around, you realize the entire double-decker broadside cannons have fired in your direction. And I'm going to need a Defy Disaster from both of our pilots So Yvonne and Shakti are going to need
I
to
am
defy disaster.
gonna be pulling another dice from our dice pool because
Okay.
I'm not messing around
So-
with lives today.
Absolutely. I want, before either of you roll, to achieve something extraordinary that's not covered by other moves, or to avert an imminent danger, which is what we're doing right now, to yourself or everyone else, I need you both to state something that you're willing to sacrifice to make this happen.
Please repeat that. I heard the sacrifice bit, but not the part that came before it.
So you're averting imminent danger for yourself and for the longboats. This is probably a good 28 cannonballs that are all being fired.
Okay.
So I need from both of you something that you are willing to sacrifice to make this happen. It doesn't mean that you will sacrifice it, but it might. Something that you're willing to give up to make this happen.
If we have to make some sort of like evasive maneuver or something, I'm willing to. I mean, it's not really mine to give up, but we're willing to sacrifice the food that Baguette brought.
Absolutely. Okay.
Most of my powers in my dough.
I think
Most
that,
of it's toxic anyway.
I think
No, we don't know that.
Shakti.
Can I keep some of my dough? I do actually need it for healing.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll lose half of it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. We're willing to sacrifice half of the bread
How
rations.
about, yeah,
half
all
of the dough
bread.
rations.
How about all the bread and all the snacks and everything? But I keep my dough.
Okay. And then Shakti.
I think
other
Shakti
ship.
is willing to
Sacrificing my own
sacrifice
dough.
some of the tools in her toolkit.
Okay. Absolutely. Let's roll. 2d6.
I have pulled an extra one
Or
from the dice pool.
You
just-
pulled one from the dice pool. Thank you so much
Can I
lovely
do that
viewers,
too?
for adding to the dice
Yeah.
pool. Yes, you may.
Yeah, so that is
Oh.
4 plus 3 plus 1, so that's an 8. Do I add
8,
anything, any of my
and-
stats to that?
Daring, grace, heart, wit, or spirit. Whichever one is going to be, I think, the most in line with how you would do what you're doing.
It's gonna be 8. I think I'm gonna add wit to that again because it's gonna require cleverness and knowledge, and that'll make it a 9.
Okay.
for
Can I
Shakti.
use
nine.
an influence with a string to spend my string on Shakti to give that a +1?
Yes, you may.
I put a 10.
That is an excellent redeem of a string. That'll put it at a 10. Yvonne, sorry.
All right, I rolled a 13, and then I'm going to add 2 to that for my daring.
Okay.
Goodness.
Excellent. So we will take turns here. Shakti, you used your cleverness and knowledge through your wit skill. What does that look like as you outmaneuver these cannonballs?
Okay, I think she takes a look at this and like you see them like you know the meme with the math, like it's the triangle and the little that's kind of
beautiful
what-
mindset.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens with Shakti. And she just looks at everyone on the ship and says, hold on, and starts doing this craziness. Like basically she gets the boat to move at if there's a way to get it to move more quickly, she's going to do that and do some Too Fast and Too Furious boat nonsense. Like
Phenomenal.
get them the hell out of these cannonball fire.
Absolutely. So, everyone hold on, and you hit the pedal, you pull the clutch,
Mhm.
and the sun sail
I hit the knot.
collapses
Let's go.
completely. And you make yourself the smallest projectile you can to dodge these cannonballs. And I think it's at like a certain point you start to like spiral
Mhm.
to give yourself like that extra momentum and movement down. And they're going left and right, but not a single one lands on your ship.
Hell yeah.
And you take a moment, you correct, and everyone slams into the deck of the longboat as it hits that final rotation. And the sun sail pops back up, and you continue to scooter down to the planet's surface. Since you rolled above a 10, you may also learn new information, discover a new opportunity, or gain a string on someone.
I just rolled a 10, not above a 10. I don't know if that matters. but-
10 still counts. 10 and up is you get the cool extra stuff.
Cool. I'm going to take the cool extra stuff in a minute because I want the last thing Shakti does that Shakti does when she does all this is to give the middle finger to the Navy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's literally one of these like,
100%.
and eat shit, thank you. So,
I'll be
Absolutely.
like behind Shakti, just giving like a cheeky like blowing of the kiss, like. Mwah.
but,
Absolutely.
Yeah. What were the special things I could do?
You can learn some new information, discover
Okay.
a new opportunity, or gain a string on someone.
I would like to learn some new information.
Absolutely. What would you like to learn?
Let's. It makes the most sense to me to learn about like the Navy's capabilities a little bit, like weapons. because of
Absolutely.
What happened? So
Yeah, you're an engineer, so it makes sense.
mhm.
You know that their cruiser class ship comes equipped with 28 broad and starboard side cannons. They are all single shot. However, most of the cannon, what's it called? The size of the cannonballs.
Mhm.
Yeah. They're usually made to damage a ship and keep it from running somewhere, but they're not made to cause any harm beyond that. Most of the Navy's MO is capture, not kill, unless
Mhm.
otherwise stated. Additionally, with the cruiser, you're aware that it is a larger ship, often containing approximately 30 to 50 crew members at any given moment. And it has the capacity to outrun the ship that the Sapphic Violet is, but not by much. It's just a slightly better ship.
Okay. Got it. Nothing a
Excellent.
little hard work can't, fix up.
Nothing a little hard work can't fix up. And I'll say, you know what? Being that you're an engineer on top of
Mhm.
everything else,
Mm-hmm.
you take a minute and you go, wait a minute. I know that model. That model has a failure with the intake for its solar engine. If we put a hole through that main mast sail, the whole system will fail and it will stall out, and they'll have to fix it before running again.
Okay. Got it. She makes a note of that.
Mm-hmm. And then over to the other ship, Yvonne. You rolled with daring. So how are we using our might, endurance, and courage to power through these cannonballs?
Oh, we are taking immediate. I just yell at Baguette like, "Hold the fuck on!" because we're taking evasive maneuvers. We are like weaving in and out of these cannon balls or whatever, and just really making it hard for them to get a bead on us.
Mhm.
Just flying in and out,
Absolutely.
up and down, just evasive maneuvers entirely.
Mhm. And would it be in character then for Yvonne to maybe take a moment where she pulls like her hair dagger out and jams it in the steering rod, and like takes a minute and like stands up on the deck of the longboat and just pulls her sword out and takes a big swing at one of those cannonballs as it like almost hits the ship, and you just bang it right on back?
Oh,
Would that be-
absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
So
I can
cool.
totally see her doing that.
100%. So Baguette, you are a witness to physical marvel as Yvonne literally parries a cannonball.
All right, I have
Um,
to at that point when I do that, I will have to say, "Hey, can Megan be a little smitten with that?"
You can 100% be smitten. Let's go. Let's resolve that right after we finish resolving the Defy disaster.
Muscle Mama, let's
Yvonne,
go.
since you rolled above a 10, you can also learn new information, discover a new opportunity, or gain a string on someone. Any one of those options is completely open to you.
I feel like I'd like some new information.
Absolutely. What type of information are we looking for?
Well, since my whole thing is like fighting, I want to know who my
Mhm.
enemy is. So can I find out
Yeah.
a little bit more about this
Yeah.
this Commodore and like how long she's been doing
For-
this, how great
for
her skills
sure.
are, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's say, how do we learn that? Okay. Well, you parry the cannonball. You do it with such great strength and such a great amount of finesse and daring that you actually control the reverse trajectory of the cannonball and send it right back up towards that Navy ship.
Amazing.
And you can see, like, standing on the top of the deck, Commodore Gestalt is standing kind of 1 foot up on the railing of the ship. And you make almost eye contact. Even at this long range, you like can tell that you're looking at each other. And she straightens up. She stands fully up on the railing, pulls out her basket hilt rapier. It's this wonderful, even from this distance, you can see that it is this large, almost globe hilt that surrounds most of her hand with this very thin, delicate blade. And the cannonball is right on trajectory for the ship. And she takes a second and she gets into that kind of dueling stance. And with a quick little, almost like a flick of the wrist, bounces the cannonball off her hilt sideways right past her head without flinching. You can tell that with this information, Commodore Gestalt is a Commodore for a reason.
She's kind of a
She
badass.
is seasoned. She's probably on that same level of like, let's go to you, but where you are pure strength and might and power, she is precision and grace and fine adjustment.
Sweet.
Everyone hydrate.
Woo!
I'm gonna need to after that scene.
Yeah,
That was
absolutely.
a scene.
I love women. Now, we have a smitten to resolve.
Well, okay. I would like to also preference that Baguette is in a relationship, so this is a smitten, but yes.
You can be smitten and also be in a relationship. These things can both coexist. I can be smitten with my best friend and also in love with my partner. These
All
things
right.
happen.
I will be smitten
Love people.
because
Let yourself love people.
Baguette loves strong women.
Yep. So that handles the first part of smitten. So when you become smitten with someone, always your choice, say why. And give them a string on you. So Yvonne, you will get a string on Baguette. And then you are going to answer, Baguette, the question of your Truth of Hearts and Blades from your playbook. You are playing the Sun Hand.
Yes.
And your question is...
Oh no! Oh no!
When you become smitten with someone, what unwise thing do you think you could do to impress them?
Oh boy.
I'm going to try every ingredient I can find to make them the best dessert I can find.
Absolutely.
So which
So
means, Pepper, I'm trying everything.
Absolutely.
Pepper's not there to stop you.
No, not yet. Where's Baguette?
Absolutely. And with your phenomenal defy disaster rolls, you have remained one step ahead of the Navy. As you are starting to make that final descent into the planet's atmosphere, you can see that they are unleashing their own longboats as well that are starting to come down. You're about 10, based on your travel, you're about 10 to 15 minutes ahead of them. And we are on the planet's surface. You dock the ship up to a large tree. You take a look at the map that Maeve has handed you and head off in the right direction. And we're going to have a little bit of a travel montage, and like Road to El Dorado travel montage. So what I'm going to ask is that everyone's going to roll a d6 for me.
Okay.
Just one?
Just one. Okay. I want to know, did anyone get a 1? Okay. Did anyone get a 2?
Hi. Baguette's
Did anyone get a
something that
3?
They're not supposed to.
Stomach flu for everyone. Yay.
Any 3s at the table? Okay, 4s. 5s. Dang, I need all three of you to roll again. Two, 6, Yvonne, 3. Okay. Pepper does.
What dastardly plan.
Yep. And the plan is, Shakti, you are in charge of the first clip of our travel montage.
Okay.
So what is your, like, I'm holding the map and leading everyone. What does that look like?
It's Shakti squinting at the map really hard and trying to, and like doing the like, looks at map, looks up, looks at map, looks up, looks at map, looks up, hesitantly moves
Everyone
forward in a
hydrate.
direction. Like, and that's kind of like how she does this, as they're moving forward into the thing. And there's sort of like, oh, that looks like quicksand. Let's go around that, like doing the sidestep thing, but like at the last
Yeah.
minute. So like possibly getting people in worse if they're not paying attention.
Excellent.
But yeah, so that's pretty much how Shakti handles that.
I am going to need you to roll another d6 for me.
Okie dokie.
This
just
one is for
right?
your general navigation. Yeah.
Okay. That's a 5 for Shakti.
It's 5. Okay. So despite your like squinting at the map and not really sure and like pointing in a direction and then going, oh wait, no, not that direction, this direction, we get one of those very like confusing, like that way, no, this way, and like, oh, I was holding the map upside down.
Yeah.
But somehow, despite all this, you seem to be making good pace. Baguette, you are the second one to have the map.
Oh God.
Shakti and Baguette, how does that transition go? How does Shakti go from being the leader to Baguette being the leader?
Well, first we're gonna hydrate because we gotta hydrate redeem. But then I think Shakti like looks at this like final landmark and she's like, this is very stressful. I can't do this anymore. Whips the map back and pushes it against Baguette's chest.
Okay.
I'm an engineer, not the navigator. That's someone else's job.
Absolutely.
So you give it to the chef. Cool. I got this. Just like,
roll me a d6 and tell me what your section of leading the group looks like.
Let him
I'm gonna
cook.
roll first because this is going to decide a lot.
Yep.
Well, you know what's surprising? Baguette seems to be very good at directions because I rolled a 6.
Phenomenal.
I got this, and it's just walking. But at the corner of the eye, if you don't notice, Baguette's like picking like leaves off from the like plants around it and just shoving it into their mouth and just chewing like, nope,
Pepper, you've got your work cut out for you.
Oh boy.
just keeps on eating the plants and just keeps on walking.
Yeah, I think we get like a fun, like there are a series of like small popcorn cuts of like Baguette looking at the map and like picking a leaf off a tree and then like chewing on it for a little bit and then like chewing on it for a little bit. And then Pepper is actually the next one to have the map. And you two can decide the transition, but what I'm seeing is that Baguette eats a leaf, has a very bad experience, and Pepper
That's
has
what
to
I was
like,
thinking.
okay, you sit down, I'm gonna lead now.
I think Baguette actually just took like a berry and popped it in the mouth and just like starts eating it, and then you just see hives grow from her face, and she's like,
no.
and her eyes start swelling, and she's like, I can't read the map.
You know you're allergic to blueberries. You keep trying to put them in things and eating them, and like
They're
it's just
delicious for other people.
and she's like putting a cream on your hives.
Absolutely.
I'm blind.
Okay. Pepper, what does your section of leading look like?
Pepper's gonna look at the map. She's gonna look at the trail, and she's gonna cozy up to a tree, and she has the ability to speak with plants. And
Yeah,
she's gonna
absolutely.
say, like, hey, what's the best way to, like, it's showing a tree this, and it's like, I don't know, you might know a squirrel or something that might also know, but like, what's the best way to hear?
Is that a nature witch move?
Yes, I
speak to
have the
plants?
ability called Wild Friends. You speak with
Okay.
plants, animals, and plants, and may influence them with strings like any other NPCs.
Okay.
So yeah, I just have the ability to do that.
Okay. If you'd like to spend a string, I will let you automatically get a 6.
Okay. Yeah. I'll spread my string with Baguette.
Phenomenal. Okay.
Baguette got lost, and I'm here to help.
I got us
Phenomenal.
far.
Your next leader is Esmeralda. So how does that map transition look?
After like if Baguette, I mean, if Pepper gets any information, she starts going and hands the map to someone else. She doesn't need that.
Okay. Okay. I guess I have this now. What is this?
It's the map.
Oh.
Do you not know what we're doing?
Does it show where the walnuts are?
Oh,
Walnuts? Where?
I'm trying to find them. Well,
Okay, make
let's
walnut
try.
bread.
There's
I heard
there's a
rumors of
squiggle down
treasure.
the path that looks kind of like a walnut could.
There's a first for everything. Let's try it out.
For sure. Give me that D6 roll.
Oh
That's
no.
a 1.
One.
We're getting lost, y'all.
Yeah. So you are looking at this map and you're like, I think that looks like a walnut, perhaps. And you go that way. And sure enough, you do find a giant rock that looks kind of like a walnut, but it is nowhere near where the map says that you should be.
Mildew, we did it.
And it is also a rock, not a nut. So unfortunately, no nuts, no treasure. And
Unfortunately,
Yvonne, you're
cannot
the
digest that.
final in our travel montage. We've transitioned from something of a deep, lush forest to something more of a rocky terrain as we kind of near the base of what would be a mountain. And what does that map transition look like between Ez and Yvonne?
I think like after both Mildew and I try to test this rock and it's obviously not an actual walnut, there's a moment of frustration and despair of just being like, get this thing away from me. It's useless. And I just throw it off over to Yvonne.
Did you lick it?
It's too late.
So, I mean, Yvonne, ever practical, takes the map and tries to figure out where the hell we are and where we're supposed to be going. And this rock is actually, like you said, near a mountain, but ahead of that mountain is a gorge. So the rock is on the edge of this gorge, and there's no way for us to get across. And so, Yvonne, my first solution to everything is to use my sword. So I go and I cut a tree that's near this gorge. I cut it down with my sword. It falls across the gorge, and then all of us are able to. Hope y'all don't have a fear of heights or anything, because we're using the log to cross the gorge.
Phenomenal. I love that. So yeah, you take a few mighty swings with your sword and down this log across. Give me a D6 roll.
4.
4. Okay. Okay. And you all cross this log, and you are at the entrance of a cave. It is overgrown. It takes you a minute to even find it, but Yvonne, with your keen eye and your final lead of this montage, we get that cool scene from like the inside of the cave where it's all dark and we can see the backside of the leaves, and then your sword slashes through and the light comes in. We get that like blinding white transition effect of all of you entering into that cave. Excellent. And that will be break. So we're going to take a little break, get ourselves some water, give a little stretch. We recommend that you do the same. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink. I'm going to grab myself something to settle my stomach because that shot is wreaking havoc.
Oh no.
And objectivism just redeemed. Hydrate. So everyone have a little drinky drink before you head off to refill. And we will be back in, was it 10, 15? James.
Some amount of time.
James is taking a call. So
10?
We're sorry. James is not available right now. Please leave
Yeah,
him
We'll say
suggested
10.
theme.
We'll say 10 minutes.
But James is not available right now, but he's throwing people under the bus.
We'll see you in a minute, folks.
We'll find
Catch you on the other side.
Oh,
This just in on Intergalactic News Radio. Commodore Cassandra Gestalt is in pursuit of the notorious Sapphic Violet and her crew. We tune in as they descend to the planet and close on Captain Flintlock's mythical treasure. Our lovely group of pirates have just found the underground cave marked with an X and are taking their next steps to finding the treasure and becoming mythical pirates themselves. However,
Sorry.
thank you, James. I need who is standing at the back of the group.
That, you know what? I'll say Baguette is.
Baguette is standing at the back of the group. Phenomenal. So we have this marvelous scene where Yvonne cuts through those vines and opens up this cave entrance. And that cold cave air blows out and sends a chill down all of your bodies. Some bats flutter out of the cave, or what this planet's versions of bats would be. They look a little bit closer to like tiny pterodactyls than bats, and they flutter off into the kind of late day sky. And just as you all have this moment of like, we did it, we're here, we found it, whatever lies below is mythic. It's something that we've all heard of. It's something that's been sung about. Treasures of thousands and thousands of worlds, treasures of multitude of merchant ships that have been left to waste in the ether, stripped completely bare, even of the gold filigree that was decorating the ship. And at that moment, we hear a similar cracking and lumber fall right behind you. And as you turn to look, you hear her before you see her. The taps of the high-heeled naval boots that are white leather, fastened with golden buttons on the side and come just above the knee of Commodore Gestalt. Baguette, you are at the back of the group, which means you are the first person in line of sword.
No.
And the camera watches
worse.
tick, 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 as these heel boots run across this impossibly thin tree. In fact, actually, the Navy didn't pick a phenomenal tree to cut down, and it's not going to fully secure the ravine, but she's running across it anyway. And just as the log gets a little bit too low and you watch her disappear below your sight line, she jumps up into the air before descending on you, Baguette. How do you respond?
So I'm guessing they have like a sword and everything. Probably see the lights.
Yes,
I
she
can't
is
see
rapier
them.
drawn, leading.
Since Baguette has actually a croissant sword, which is pretty much like a pole, they're gonna take it out and put it there just to block it,
Yeah,
so it doesn't hit them.
absolutely. And we are going to roll. I want you to tell me if this is a fight, if this is a defy disaster, or actually, you know what? This is going to be a stagger. This is a reactive move. When you suffer a staggering physical or emotional blow, choose an option from the following based on the number of conditions you have marked. You have currently 0 to 3 conditions. So you can either lash out at someone whose regard matters to you, provoke them to do something foolish or harmful, and take advantage of a string on them if you have one. You hesitate or stumble, and the opposition gains an opportunity. Or you grin and bear the blow and mark 2 conditions.
All right. Well, since I know Baguette, I think Baguette's gonna choose the second one where she fumbles and staggers and just looks at it and goes, "Cassie?"
Yeah, absolutely. You hesitate and stumble. And you go, Cassie? And this tall, poignant, lithe, almost like ballerina build of a woman looks down at you and goes, Peggy? Hold on. You ghosted me 3 months ago.
You told me get on ship, and I got on a ship. You said the ship that was pointed to the north coast.
You got onto a pirate ship?
You said ship.
Yeah.
Pointed to the north coast on what was it? It just like pulls up like this note like in the back. It just feels like that's like see Doc 13. Yeah. How are you? I've been trying to send letters.
No, actually. You up and disappear. You don't just get to decide to care again.
But
and
I
she is going
cared.
to her opportunity is she's going to mark you with insecure.
Oh. But I always cared.
Well, you certainly didn't act like it.
Are we close enough to all this happening?
You are close enough to all this happening. So insecure, Baguette, for you. You are currently insecure. You might read too far into an interaction, or you might confront an object of jealousy. You might cling to connection or fish for compliments. Are you insecure because you don't think you deserve connection, or because you're jealous of the connection others seem to have? The minus is going to be -2 to entice rolls going forward until you get emotional support or otherwise. And her opportunity is, as she is yelling at you, she has you at sword point. Everyone else on the crew, if you are going to make any physical actions against the Commodore or any of the naval officers that are following up behind her slowly because they had to chop down another tree, are going to be at a -1. She has effectively put herself in a forward, but since I don't roll dice, it is a -1 to your rolls.
Fair. Yeah. Yeah, Yvonne, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but
Yeah.
I really do like Baggy, so I would like to try to like jump in and defend her and see if I can fight the Commodore.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 100% a fight roll. So you're going to fight, roll your 2d6, and add your daring or grace.
Okay, so I got a 6 on my dice, and then 2 for my daring.
Can I use a my string on Yvonne to give that a +1?
Absolutely, you can. That will make it a 9. Which means it will still be in that 7 to 9 range.
Can I use my string?
Yes. I don't see why not.
Because I have one with Yvonne.
Add 1. Let's see. Offer them XP to do a thing. Add 1 to your roll against them after rolling, or subtract 1 from any roll they make after rolling. So, unfortunately,
it says add or subtract.
Oh shit! Does it? Oh, it does. Yes, absolutely, you can. I need to learn how to read. And this is why we majored in music, folks. Yes, so absolutely, the both of you can influence with a string. How are you bolstering Yvonne in this moment?
Yeah, I'll run up and kind of just like put my shoulder up against Yvonne's back so that way, like, you know,
More
she's,
oomph.
yeah, there's oomph behind the attack.
Absolutely. And Baggy, you are in a lesser position. How are you
Yes.
helping?
I think Baggy, out of all this, like, to Baggy, they were still in a relationship. And so all this happening, there's just like tears falling from their
She's crying.
eyes. And it's just looking at Yvonne and goes, Yvonne? Like looking for some familiarity right now that Baggy's not a bad person.
Yeah, absolutely. So, bolstered by your companions, you have reached I believe that's 9 now, right? No, 10. That is a 10 now.
Mhm.
So, with fight, as I scroll back up through my page, when you seek to incapacitate somebody with violence, roll plus daring or grace. So on a 10 plus, you choose 3 of the following options, and your opponent chooses 1 to apply to you in response. So 3 of the 4 options there, you are free to select, and let me know what that looks like for you, Yvonne.
I'm going to provoke my opponent because, like you've said, she's clearly very athletic, very knowledgeable about her swordplay and everything, but I'm clearly the stronger opponent.
Yeah.
So I would like to provoke her by kind of making a dig at her strength and prowess.
Yeah. What does that look like? Can you give me a dig? Do you have one off the top of your head?
Yeah, something like you think you're pretty quick, but strength beats out quickness any day. I don't know.
Absolutely. So you take a stab at her. So you're going to gain a string on Commodore Gestalt.
Okay.
I will let you all know now. Normally, rules as written, NPCs can be influenced with a string, and when you spend a string on them, they will just agree to do whatever you would like them to do. Commodore Gestalt is a little bit different in that she is a boss NPC, and it will require multiple strings or multiple conditions to remove her from a scene. So, Yvonne, you can take a string on Captain Gestalt or Commodore Gestalt.
Awesome.
You get to choose 2 more options.
Through violence or cutting words, I'd like to inflict a condition. So we have a little bit of sword play.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, strength prevails, and I say something like, "See, I told you that strength would win out over speed any day." And
Absolutely.
I inflict, I don't know, insecure.
Ooh.
Yeah. Insecure in return. For sure. So she gets ready to parry your strike, but between getting thrown off from Baggy and the extra momentum from Esmeralda that you received, she tries to deflect and it doesn't quite catch right. And she ends up getting her defense and her guard blown open, and she has a moment of like, oh god, am I not good enough? Like you can see it kind of flash across her eyes, that moment of doubt, and you've inflicted her with insecure. And then third.
So while she is kind of like, off balance and a little bit insecure, I would like to create an opportunity for Shakti to come in with her prowess and swordplay.
Absolutely. So you've created an opportunity for Shakti to do something. Shakti, I'll give you a +1 forward to your next roll for that.
Has anyone gotten hurt yet, or is it just, are we like just conflict?
The way that damage works in Thirsty Sword Lesbians is that it's not actually damage, it is conditions. There are 5 conditions that you can be affected by: angry, frightened, guilty, hopeless, and insecure. Once you have all 5 of these conditions, you are knocked out of that scene. You are not dead. You are just too emotionally worn down to be of any help to anyone, and are out of the scene until either somebody does some emotional support with you, or I believe there's an alternative recovery method which is blow off steam in the optional intimacy moves. Yes, I believe. I'm not. You know what? I'm not quite sure on which rule it is, but I know it exists. Basically, long story short, each condition has something that you can do that is going to be destructive in some way, but will remove the condition from you.
Okay.
So if you're angry, you're gonna break something. If you're insecure, you're gonna tear someone down to make yourself feel better. That sort of deal. And I'll see if I can find that rule again somewhere.
The reason that I'm asking is
right now
because my playbook has a thing about me watching someone getting hurt, or if I get hurt. So that's why
Baguette has been hurt.
Okay. So that increases my Nagamani by 1.
Phenomenal.
Which sucks in a way. But yeah. So okay. So I think because there's an opening to be made, I think Shakti is gonna unsheath her kilic, which is a Turkish sword, and
do you want to describe the sword to us?
It's a
Give us your lovely pulling of the sword moment.
Yes. She unsheathes her sword. Hold on, I gotta go find the picture of it so I can accurately describe it because I worry that I'm not going to be able to. There it is. It's a blade that looks, it's a curved blade that's thin and has this beautiful, like, ornate handle. It's much heavier than a rapier blade and a basket hilt. And and like it's almost crescent with how shaped it is, and it's molded to Shakti's hand.
Oof.
Absolutely. So you have your moment of drawing your sword, and you know that Yvonne has created an opening for you.
Mm-hmm.
And as Commodore Gestalt's guard is open, she also gets to apply 1 in response to Yvonne, as per the rules. And she is going to she'll recover very quickly, and she takes a lunge and a step forward. And for a split second, from the right angle, everyone has a moment of like, oh my god, did she just stab Yvonne? But we have that moment of the camera shifts and we realize that she has not stabbed through Yvonne at the waistline, but instead has stabbed through the belt loops that is holding the map. She does a little flick of the hands and cuts the straps, and quickly with a little swish of the rapier knocks it back in her direction and catches it with her guard hand that is behind her.
Cool. Can I shift what I'm going change tactics what I can do, or am I stuck?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because if Shakti sees this, she's gonna be like, all right, we gotta save the map.
Absolutely.
So she has a thing that requires Nagamani, and she's gonna do some gravity bending.
Ooh.
She is going to she's gonna start with her sword, and then as soon as she sees the move with the map, her hand just sort of her sword, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how she's gonna do this in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
She pulls her sword over her face, and over her third eye, a gem manifests itself. And as she brings her sword down in like a swing, she doesn't hit anything, but the gravity instantly shifts and becomes like 100 times heavier than it should be.
Absolutely. Which Nagamani ability is this, or playbook move?
It is it's working with the elements. And
working with the elements.
Yes, her gem manifests in her third eye, and her special power is gravity. Sorry,
I'm just trying to find it here.
It doesn't necessarily apply that to a move, but I guess that would be like a fight if it needed to be a move.
Yeah, that'll be a fight roll.
Yeah,
we'll give it a fight roll, but you have +1 forward. So
okay, so I add a +1 to my roll.
Yes.
Okay, And is there an ability that I add to that, or just add the?
I will read through quickly
Okay.
as you roll, and we will figure it out.
Oh no, that one fell off the table. I gotta roll it again. Okay, double 4s. So 8 plus 1 is 9.
Okay. Okay. We'll say, since we used gravity manipulation, as we have discussed, that she won't be able to provoke any immediate violence to you. So with the fight roll, you get to choose 2 conditions and she'll get to choose 1. One of those conditions is going to be marked off, which is the through violence or cutting words inflict a condition.
Okay, so I get to choose a condition and they get to choose a condition?
You get to choose 2, and then Gestalt gets to choose 1, but she cannot choose through violence or cutting words inflict a condition because you have used gravity to restrain her in some way.
Okay,
Ooh.
so
We got to hydrate.
yes.
Hydrate!
Hydrate! I was also going to point out, make an argument for this,
Yes, go for it.
just because I really want this to be a 10, that spirit has to do with integrity and metaphysical power. So, since gravity's metaphysical power, could I maybe push that to a 10?
I will allow it. I think that's cool. Sure. We'll push it
Okay.
to a 10.
Great. All right, and I'm going to go pick my conditions. Of course.
Hell
Yes.
yeah.
All right, let me.
So choose 3 of the following of the conditions under the fight.
Flirt with or provoke your opponent. Inflict a condition. Okay. So I think that Shakti has created an opportunity for Yvonne by essentially binding the Commodore.
Yeah.
This way. And then through violence and cutting words, I can inflict another condition. So that's like one of the
angry,
the angry,
frightened, guilty, hopeless, and she's already insecure, so you can't mark that one again.
I would like to inflict frightened on Commodore.
Absolutely.
Because that's pretty scary to suddenly have gravity just go flip.
Yeah. So you do a little gravity, and she has another moment of like, oh God. Now tell me, are you increasing the gravity so she's tied down?
She's increased the gravity and essentially making it so she cannot move, and created an opportunity. Like, I think she'll actually, like, when she does it, she'll look at Yvonne and say, "Grab the map."
For sure. Is that going to be creating an opportunity for an ally?
Yes, that's creating the opportunity for the ally.
Absolutely. So that's 2 out of 3. One more.
Okay. Oh, I get one more. Oh, snap.
You get 3 because you got over 10.
Isn't there like one where you could just take the item?
Take an object from your opponent or seize in its superior position. That's the last one. So, and if that's the case, then she'll have created an opportunity for Yvonne, and then she'll take the map.
Absolutely. What does taking the map look like for you, for Shakti?
She's going to walk up there is Shakti themselves is not is somehow very intimidating. They're just one of those people that when they walk in the room, you're like, oh, this person I'm scared of them. Not always in a bad way, but like, I'm scared of them.
Yeah.
And she like kneels down and like carefully, almost surgically removes the map from the Commodore's hand and says,
absolutely.
And I think she'll say something along the lines of, "It's such a shame you can't even hold on to your partner," and leaves.
Oof.
Emotional damage.
Oof.
Yeah,
Emotional
damage.
Shouldn't that just give like an automatic guilty?
And she, like, struggling against gravity, gives you like a little like tss, like that like ugh. As you take the map.
And I think
Excellent.
like as she walks away from the map, she looks at Baguette and says, "I don't know what you see in her," and like keeps going. Like, we're done here. We need to go. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as you turn around, you know, utter to Baguette, like, I don't know what you see in her.
Yes. Mhm.
You've turned around, you're starting to walk away. And Cassandra takes a moment, and even through like the heavier gravity as it's pulling down on her body, she kind of cracks her neck a little bit, and you see her kind of push through it. And she's gonna look at you and go, "Well, why don't you come here and find out?" And she's going to flirt with you to gain a string on you.
Oh, damn. So there
I love it.
does that mean that the Commodore has a string on Shakti now?
The Commodore has a string on Shakti.
Oh no.
Damn.
Okay. Am I allowed to respond to that? Because I have a really funny.
Yes, you are.
She looks back at the Commodore and laughs. Careful. Some people might be into that shit. And does the wiggle eyebrows. Like wiggles, he does the eyebrow up and down. Like, I can't do it, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
She responds by just with her like offhand, kind of reaches down to her belt, and you see that she's kind of hooked her thumb through a set of manacles.
Shit. Woo! It's gonna be that kind of party. Let's go.
Excellent. And that was her move.
Poor Baguette is like watching this happen too, like completely betrayed.
Baguette is like completely betrayed, just very emotional, distraught.
Mhm.
And like now the person that she is still in love with and thought that they were their partner is for the people in front of her.
Yeah.
Devastating.
Pepper is actually going to come up to you, Baguette, like kind of while this is happening, and like touches your shoulder, and like the petals unfurl, and you hear kind of in your head, as she's going to use her nature's touch, as Pepper is, and she's going to say to you, "You have tried to poison the crew many times. You may have accidentally fumbled onto the ship, but that is no excuse for anyone to be mean to you. You've only ever been kind to me. And I'm going to roll and see if I can clear your condition."
Ooh.
Absolutely.
If I get cleared, I know what Baguette's gonna do if I get cleared.
I'm going to use one of our dice.
I know exactly
Absolutely.
what Baguette's gonna do.
That was not good.
No,
Can I use another one?
that's the best.
No.
I'm gonna say, given the system, we're gonna only allow one extra dice per
gotcha,
roll.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you could just add the remaining, I think, 2 that we have in the pool,
I
and
at
be like,
least,
I roll it 24.
yeah, I at least got 7. So
I'll,
Okay.
well, I don't know if I want to. Yeah, because if I use the string, it'll just put it up to 8.
Yeah. I mean, if
and
we
I had
both use this
I had
string-
+1 forward, so
Hey,
like it ends
Mixed
up an 8.
mixed success is still a success.
I was
yes.
gonna point out Shakti has a string, I think, on Pepper too. So if we added those,
I do
Yeah.
as well.
fine.
If you want to combine, yeah, I'll combine and use my
Our
string.
powers combined.
I'll use my string too.
I will say, giving me 10 isn't going to do much, except for I
Okay.
can allow Baguette to talk to plants and animals for the rest of the scene.
Oh, okay.
So-
no, no.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
Baguette just starts like
That's a
having an
huge deal.
emotional connection with that plant, being like, "So did I mess up?" It's just like talking to
You know
a
what
bird.
else is a huge deal? Is that Singularity Roleplay just rated in with a party of 5. Hello, Raiders.
Yay!
Hello,
Welcome to
Raiders.
Singularity
Welcome
Roleplay.
to Thirsty Sword Lesbians Space Pirate Edition, where we are joined by our wonderful crew around me as we hunt for what remains of the mythical Captain Flintlock treasure. Ahoy and avast, ye best have ye sea legs available, or I guess space legs?
Space legs.
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 Splegs.
Oh my god. Sounds dirty when you say it like that.
Life. Yeah, Baguette, if you give me a string, I can clear a condition. So
Yes, I will give you my string.
and is everyone bumping this or not? Like, I just want to be sure.
I'll bump it. Yeah, I'll still bump it.
I will not, because I do not need to talk to animals.
Yeah, I don't. If a 10's not going to do it,
Yeah.
then I'll hold
Yeah,
off.
no,
I'll hold
no,
on
it's
to my
good.
strength for Pepper.
Good with the 7. So
All right, then never mind.
Okay. So the 7 is if they open up to you, which Baguette absolutely can choose to, they choose one of the following conditions. So that is clear a condition. Mark
no, I use Nature's Touch. It's a different ability from the Nature Witch.
Different.
Yes,
From the Nature Witch.
Yes.
Let me just crack open the beautiful, beautiful book.
Yeah.
On sale now
on
at your
7 to
friendly local
9
game shop.
On 7 to 9, I get to choose one, and one of them is they may give you a string on them to clear a condition. So
Phenomenal.
I gave my pepper string.
Excellent. So you can clear the insecure.
Would I be able to stand up? And I have some words.
Yes, you
Words.
may. Is this going to be words of cutting variety?
A little bit
A
of
scathing
cutting.
remark?
Maybe a little scathing remark. Cause
Absolutely.
and so they got oh god save, what are you doing?
Now our cats are
I'm
acting
getting
up.
really
Yeah.
up now. So Baguette's gonna stand up, wipe her tears off, like
Yeah.
as much as she can, and look her dead in the eye, and just says, "I never stopped loving you."
Ooh.
But it
I need
seems you
like
stopped
I need
loving
the
me.
Bang. No, I'm sorry. I needed that. That's like really dramatic.
Ooh. That was a good one.
Box.
I don't know what I want you to do for that. You know what? You're gonna have to roll a fight for that because that is a scathing remark.
Those are fighting words.
Yeah,
Those
those
are fighting words.
Would that be my daring added to it?
That would be plus daring or plus grace, depending on what you prefer.
I have a +2 in daring. I'm gonna go daring.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
So that'd be a 12.
Okay. Whew. Y'all are rolling phenomenally, and those extra dice are coming in handy.
I put mine under the moon. Very
As you
ideal.
should. Okay. Excellent. So you get to choose 3 of the fight conditions, and Commodore Gestalt will get to choose 1 in return.
Right. Looking at the fight conditions just in case. Don't want to do anything. So the first one is with that, I think it'd be a little bit of a violent and cutting word to inflict a condition.
Yep. What condition are we marking? She already has frightened and insecure.
Guilty.
Ooh, yeah.
Then I think it'd be like a flirt or provoke your opponent.
Yes, absolutely. You can take a string on the Commodore then.
I have 2 strings on her now.
Hydrate. Archangelic.
I'm gonna just mark that I have another string on my.
Don't touch our cinnamon roll, Commodore.
Yep.
And the last one is I want to walk up and I don't want to take an object. I want to throw an object at her.
Ooh.
Sure.
And on my neck is a ring that we have.
Oh. Like a promise ring sort of deal?
Yeah, kind of a promise. Because there is a
Gotcha.
ring that's called a croissant ring. So she just
Okay.
rips it off and just throws it at her feet. And just without a word, just walks away. Giving an opportunity for an ally.
Giving an opportunity for an ally. Absolutely. Let's see. So as you throw this ring down and you mark guilty down on Commodore Gestalt, another tree has been felled behind her. The Navy is running up close. Something is going to have to move here. And she goes, well, that might have been true. But if you claim to have loved me so much, you left. You left me behind, Baguette, without a word, without notion, without explanation. One day I just came back and you were gone. And I think I have every right to feel angry about that. I have every right to... You left. And that was shattering. And unfortunately for you, I don't have to bring you in. I am a Commodore after all. Wait, actually, you weren't even there for my promotion. You left before that. And that is her guilty condition of calling out a PC's misdeeds.
Wow.
Oof.
Could I wanted to point out, because I know that Shakti created an opportunity for Yvonne.
Yes.
I was gonna say if there's any way possible for Yvonne and Esmeralda to kind of do like a joint attack.
I would say that the best in-system way to do that would be you providing a forward through to a Yvonne fight move.
Okay. Do you want to do that, or I could just basically wait to attack right after you, if that's possible?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say that you get maybe a move here as the additional Navy troops are starting to close in, and either you start moving or you get overwhelmed. You are 5 very capable people, but that is a good, maybe 4 longboats full of naval officers who are trained.
Navy. Yeah.
I think we should start moving. Maybe. I think at that point, Baguette would also look back and say, goodbye, Cassie, and just walk away.
Farewell, darling. And she'll take her rapier, stab it into the ground where the ring is, and she'll, in a very swift moment, just flick it over her shoulder into the gorge.
God.
It's a hell of a breakup. Damn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Oh, I know we have to.
And you
move.
hear like Captain as like the.
I wanna run up and punch her so bad.
We gotta move. We gotta go.
We gotta move.
We got to go.
Okay.
You made the right choice. She's so mean.
Can I say that I'm smitten with Baguette in this moment?
Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, you can. It's time for another smitten. Why are you smitten with Baguette? And also, everyone hydrate.
I was like, does that make us thirsty?
Yes, it does. And we're all going to solve that by being hydrated.
It's difficult to be vulnerable with Baguette because as much as she feeds my literal belly and my soul with her presence, I also can tell that obviously Baguette has ties to another person, so it's hard to completely open up to someone when you can tell they have feelings for someone else still.
Okay, excellent. So you are smitten with Baguette, and you have told us why. So you're going to give Baguette a string. So Baguette, take your string on Yvonne, and you're going to answer the following question. Oh, you did already. What makes being vulnerable with them difficult? You already answered that question. Beautiful. Oh, gorgeous. Excellent. So we have Baguette who is smitten with Yvonne, and Yvonne who is smitten with Baguette. This is fun. I will also point out that it's another fun move that all of you can use when the narrative moment is right. there is a move called Finally Kiss in a Dangerous Situation, which I will put on the table in a Chekhov's gun type scenario.
Inevitably, somebody's going to use it.
Oh, 100% one of these. It's going to happen. It's happening.
You run down into the cave. It is damp down here. Your feet crumble on loose gravel on a deep slope leading down into the earth of this moon. Pardon, getting a little bit of shot repeat, and it's coming up and giving me the burps.
To get you an antacid.
We're good. We're fine.
Someone should donate just to re-up that.
No.
We got another hydrate.
Since we are going into a dark place, could I use sunhand baking?
Yes, you may. Tell me what that is and how you'd like to use it.
So sunhand baking, if I roll a 10 plus, I get to choose one. However, if I roll a 7 to a 9, I choose one and you can't make a bread again this session.
Yes.
If it's below 7, nothing happens.
Okay.
That's what I believe, because there's no below 7.
Below 7, nothing happens. I get to do something instead.
Yes. And I really want to make...
Below 7 is when I get to make fun moves, but none of you have rolled below 7.
I want to make illuminated crust. So...
Nice. Illuminated crust.
Tastes too sweet. Glows and causes the one who eats it to glow for a few hours.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
That would be a 10. Because I have 2 daring.
Nice. So yeah, you choose illuminated crust. Show us what baking in a cave with your hands looks like.
Well, since I have the power of pretty much the sun, that's pretty much what I get my magic from and everything.
Concentrated power
of the sun. Pretty much just takes out bread from like their satchel and it's just like pulling it apart and like forming it, and actually like forms it into like a croissant, and then like it glows and everything, and then it's like a sweet like bread, and you can see like the sugar crystals on top and everything that are shining and everything. I'd be like, Vega would be like, does anyone want it?
I'll take it.
And I will pass it to them and be like, so heads up, you will be glowing.
I mean, I'm always glowing, darling.
So the
day's not the day.
Oh, Pepper smitten.
That was Pepper smitten.
Yeah.
I want to ask also, Esmeralda, was that an entice attempt?
Yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah. And
every time, guys.
Great. Fantastic.
Little do you know that every time I have a technical issue, I actually put money into a jar. This jar gets donated at the end of the month to a charity of our choice.
Yay.
I love that. I'm so here for that.
That's why everybody loves the camera.
if you have 100 camera malfunctions, I can drink again.
Oh God.
That's true.
Okay. Ramshackle just redeemed 10,000 bonus dice for charity.
10,000 points for
10,000
a bonus
points
die.
for bonus dice. I wish we had 10,000 bonus dice.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Thank you, Ramshackle, for your dice and for your horrible, horrible juice that makes you explode.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to entice Baggy in this.
Roll to entice Baggy, and then Pepper, we're gonna resolve your smitten afterwards as you're traversing down this dark hallway.
Ooh. Okay. I rolled a 6, but with my heart, it's a +1 for a 7.
7. Damn it.
I know. I was like, ooh.
I feel like one of those kids that you like put in timeout, and I'm just like sitting there in the corner playing with trains. When do I get to do something fun? Okay.
Queen!
So you gain a string on them unless they decide to choose one of the following. So, Baguette, you get to choose to be flustered and awkward, promise something that you think Esmeralda would want, or you give in to desire in some way. Or you can give a string to Ez.
You know what? Baguette is not the greatest right now. It's just very emotional, broken off right now. And it's just like, and Baguette's usually this bubbly, very like, try this. And Baguette right now is just cold and stoic,
Unsettling.
unsettling. And so you can have the string because they know you're trying to break that. You're trying to break through that barrier, but they won't allow it right now. So they're just letting you have it.
Yeah, I mean,
Excellent.
I clocked that immediately and just recognized that as like, there's some boundaries. There needs to be some respect here, some space. Feelings need to be felt. So yeah, I just eat the food and I remark just truly how amazing and spicy and delicious and soft and crusty it is.
It's
But from a
sweet.
distance.
It's
Yeah.
it's a
sweet.
sweet bread.
Oh yeah, I'm just like, oh,
Yeah.
I wish I could share this, but I'm already
It
done
says-
with it.
it
It's
says
so
taste-
good.
It says it tastes too sweet.
Like nothing is too sweet, but like this was almost too sweet. Oh my god.
And you start
If-
glowing.
You're,
I pat
you're
my
glowing,
stomach, I'm just
darling.
brightening. I'm like brightening up after patting my
Absolutely.
stomach. So good.
So you are
A
running
torch.
through dark, probably dangerous pathways down towards Captain Flintlock's treasure. However, you do now have a light source, which is phenomenal. And it did not take too much time to create that light source, so you're going to remain in the lead here. The Navy did catch up because they rolled better navigation than you guys did
Of
getting here,
course.
Well, they are
with a
trained
25 total to your 22.
Oh.
Pepper was good.
And then Pepper has a smitten. So Pepper, you are playing the Nature Witch.
Yep.
Who are you smitten with and why?
Esmeralda, because they're like
Beautiful.
they're literally glowing now, and like just
They're literally
just the
glowing.
photosynthesis
plant.
just took it over the edge. Like this, like
Absolutely. And then your question is, where is it?
I have it if you want me to read it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. It's behind my microphone. What is a clear challenge to being with them that you're overlooking because of your naivety? She's just looking over, like this is going to be basically true of everyone. She's just going to overlook any physiological differences and just like figure that out later. She's here to fall in
Right.
love.
I'm a plant.
Yeah. Things are different. It's that whole Riker scene. Our physiologies don't match up. I'm gonna try it anyway, but
Actually, I think there's one page in your like actress fan book that's just a drawing of Esmeralda dressed as the actress.
100%. Yeah,
Oh, so
that's the
nice.
whole thing. Every time like Esmeralda has done something like swoop down from something, like Pepper is like writing in a book, like Aurora Starburst, like jumps down, like inserts the
Her
character.
OC.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Phenomenal. I love that. So you are running down through these dark, dangerous hallways. As you progress further and further and further down, you're noticing less and less vegetation and more obvious signs of booby traps, things like that. You're going to need some time to figure out what the right moves are and how to keep yourself and your party members safe.
Could I try to step in and like dismantle or like disarm the traps
Yes, you
in
may.
just some roguish, scoundrelly fashion? Like just pick up a skull from the ground and just throw it at a bear trap from afar and just like swing it at like a line and just like cut the trap so it goes off ahead of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? You
can I help?
are. Yeah, absolutely. The both of you can.
Cool.
Being the engineer and being the raid leader,
Mhm.
I'll say that the both of you have a pretty decent time the engineer aspect of everything, you're like, oh no, like there's the push trap.
Mhm.
And actually we don't want to sever the connection for the trap, but if we slide a little thing underneath, like it'll prop the stone up and keep it from sinking into the ground. And with Esmeralda's deft and skilled hands, you're able to make that work.
So me being me has to be that
Yeah.
guy and be like, I would like to have a little moment with Esmeralda where
Yes.
it's
Yes.
that whole like, oh no, you've messed up the trap, and she kind of like reaches over Esmeralda and like they have that little moment of like
Because
Sure,
every
would
time
almost
we
touch.
touch,
Yeah.
we
It's very
get
almost
this
touch
feeling.
situation. Because
Yeah,
they've been working
absolutely.
together on this, and like
What?
Shakti has a thing for people who are smart. I would like to
Mhm.
choose the smitten condition for Shakti.
Ooh.
Everyone be smitten. Everyone in the club be smitten.
I was like, I want to be smitten too, guys.
Yeah,
Figure
absolutely.
it out.
Naga.
Yes. But yeah, it's that little moment that really kind of
Win. Yeah, absolutely.
Because every
Absolutely.
time
So
we
give
touch,
Esmeralda
I
a string.
get this
yes.
feeling.
Esmeralda has another string, I think, on Shakti. Wait, did you have one already?
Yes.
No, I got rid of that one, so now this puts me back at
now
one.
you have another. Yeah, you have another.
Excellent.
You have a new
You've already
string.
said why
Yes.
via the whole being
Mhm.
smart, and you
Mhm.
have that both. Oh no, we both reached to disarm the trap, and our hands touched.
So it's that one
And-
where like
and-
you're trying to disarm the trap and she comes to help and it's like, oh, like
Oh,
this,
yeah,
and then
okay.
like that. Mm-hmm.
Like
that,
Ghost.
guided thing. Like the pool table, you know what I'm talking about? That.
Yeah, I follow.
Yeah.
Okay. And your question is a fun one. I really
Oh,
like this one.
there's-
What's the worst way you fear they may break or betray your trust?
Oh. I think that Shakti is a little bit worried about them revealing what they are to to everyone, like not just the crew, but like to everyone,
To the world.
because that's pretty much a death sentence for Shakti. So, and I don't think she's 100% like convinced that Esmeralda will be fully loyal to Shakti, and which is why smitten she might be, but she's not like putting all her eggs in one basket just yet.
Oh, for sure. It's that fleeting moment of like, oh my god, did we just?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Okay.
Okay.
You
Can
continue to run down. Yeah.
I suppose that triggers an instance within Esmeralda as the hands almost touch to reach out for. Yeah, so I think they're gonna reach out for Shakti's hand and grab it.
Yeah.
And be smitten as well.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal. I love it.
Phenomenal. Wait, what's the sublime?
Sublime, darling, sublime.
Catch me fully pulling away from my mic and pointing my mouth in a different direction to do that. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one, make sure it came through good.
Oh,
It
it
did.
sounded good.
It sounded good to me.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. The scoundrel. When you become smitten with somebody you barely know, declare your undying love and give them a string on you.
Oh,
So
no.
Shakti, take a string.
Yeah, you got a string.
Lose your smitten status with anyone who has no strings on you. And take +1 forward to any act you think might impress your new interest. So that's a fun thing that you have as a
That's my
scoundrel.
playbook move, yeah.
Yeah. To love and lose. When you become smitten with someone, say why, give them a string, and then answer this question. Why would your romance never last?
I thought the two of them would really dovetail in this, but
Phenomenal. You're just beautiful.
All right, Palpatine, calm down.
Do it. Do it.
Give in.
Kiss her. Do it.
I think the real reason, like, really that like helps define why Esmeralda gets so smitten in this moment is that, like, although they are the raid leader and they show themselves to be so competent as often as possible, that kind of offers that puts up a barrier between a lot of people where they like aren't as willing to kind of jump in and help in those moments because they kind of like see that competence as like, oh no, it's fine, they can do it on their own. And so being able to have like a very rare instance of someone showing like true genuine support in this like compassionate capacity just like does the Grinch grows, like the heart grows 3 times large moment. But then, you know, once the like big sparkly feelings kind of settle a bit, then there is the like trauma brain kicking in of like, our romance would never last, because if they were to find out that I was Captain Grandma's granddaughter, they would accuse me of nepotism, and then then the whole crew would know, and then everything would dismantle, and then they would know that I was taking money from the raids to be able to like maintain and support all of the medicine that Grandma needs. And then if everyone found that out, there would be a lot of just like trust and discord across the entire crew, and that would just completely dismantle everything.
Oh, no.
Absolutely. That like, oh god, and you fully spiral too. You're like, I love you, oh god.
I feel like at this time it's just like Baguette and all the three are behind them be like, can we do this another time? As we see like the torches coming, we got to go.
Absolutely.
I think too, like Saki
Like,
tried
just
to play it
stop
off.
and just stare at
Saki
each
tries to
other's
be
eyes.
cool, like it was just a problem with I was helping, that's all. And like she immediately backs off.
The trap was delicate. We couldn't I mean, it was gonna kill us otherwise.
All I'm imagining is like the two of them just like doing this trap, and then it's just silence, and they're just holding each other's hands, and then there's the three of people in the background be like, can we do this another time?
All you hear is
Another time.
Yeah. Pepper is at
you're
the
like
midst of the
looking
fan
longingly
fiction.
into each other's eyes, and like in the background there's like the sound of an explosion because the naval officers have not disarmed their traps properly. But like they're coming.
We should probably go, Shaki, right?
It's a good idea. We should keep moving.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so you make it through like swing traps and pitfalls and all these other traps as well. Yeah. And you open up into this really large open chasm of an underground chamber. And across the chasm there is a very old, molded, rickety rope bridge. You gotta cross it somehow. What do? The Navy is hot on your trails. You can hear more traps getting set off behind you. They are not having a good time.
Okay, hear me out. 2 words. Pixie dust.
What?
I'm in.
Do we have that?
No.
I was like, is one of your characters able to do that? Do I have something?
I'm sorry.
I might have something actually for this. Let me
If
double
anyone
check.
has any playbook specific moves, look them up, mention them now, or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, it is going to require a defy disaster from every single one of you to cross the bridge.
I have a thing as well.
I have one.
Excellent. We'll start with Yvonne, because you are the biggest, muscliest, and probably in the front.
I have a move called "How's That Milkshake Taste?"
There's no way it's called that.
It is called that.
I am so ready
April
for
Kit
this.
Walsh, April Kit Walsh, if you're watching this, I need you to kiss me right on the lips, square on the lips, because this is the best role playing system I've ever had the pleasure of playing.
It's magnificent.
Amazing.
I need to know how that milkshake tastes.
How's that milkshake taste?
So
Go for it.
yeah, when dealing with a threat to our community but not yet engaged in physical conflict,
Oh.
that's we're past the physical conflict now.
Yeah.
I can take a harmless action designed to wound their pride. So
Sure.
I am basically going to like push a really big rock right into their path and kind of make them stop and have to be like, what the hell? Like, yeah, I was
To
able
slow
to,
the Navy down and buy you more time, hey?
yeah, and it's
Okay.
kind of embarrassing for them because it takes several of them to try to move my giant boulder.
For
So
sure.
yeah, I'm gonna
Do we
try to.
think that the boulder is just in the way of the clearing, or do we find depending on how well you roll, I'll let you find a boulder that is perfectly going to fit the hallway size, and you can Indiana Jones them if you'd like.
Nice.
Yes.
Yes,
So
I
let's roll
love
those
this.
2d6 plus daring.
Okay. I got 8 on my dice, and my daring is 2, so I got a 10.
Ooh, nice.
That is a 10. Phenomenal. So you get to choose 2 of the effects from your playbook move.
So they become flustered and retreat, trying to find another way to navigate past this giant boulder.
Excellent.
And their allies also see them as a fool for kind of being tripped up by a friggin' boulder, and
Yeah.
they lose critical support.
For sure.
Boulders
So
conflicted.
you push
The
this boulder. You find one that is like just perfectly the right size to fit down this hallway. It's almost as if it was designed to go down this hallway. And you push it down, and where you were hearing like the shuffling of like the Navy boots as they come up this like slanted path up towards where you are, you hear like, I can see them ahead, the light, I can see the light. They're kind of as they have to like turn around and run away. And they are going to have to take some time to retreat or find out another way around this boulder. And some way, somehow, they have lost some support. I think trudging through all the traps and this boulder was the final, like, straw in the camel's back of breaking the spirit of some of the Navy crewmen. I think, yeah, as they're running away, you can hear a few of them being like, I'm going back to the long, I'm done.
I can't do this anymore. Too much stress.
We lost Gerald 3 traps ago. I'm
Who are
going
you,
home.
Gerald?
His mom's gonna be so mad.
Being that Commodore, you can hear the Commodore yelling as well, and she is also not very happy, but her not happy is not mixing well with the crew's not happy.
Okay.
So there you can hear them yelling and fighting and running away from a boulder in the background. So you've definitely bought yourselves a little bit more time. This will give everyone a forward on their Defy Disaster, as you
Yay.
have additional time to cross along the rickety bridge.
I have a thing I can do.
Oh yeah, I have a
Okay.
thing I can do as well.
Shakti, I said you're higher up vertically on my screen, so
Okay. So Shakti, I would like to use gravity bending again.
absolutely.
And she this time she I don't know if I can do this for everyone. I think I should be able to because it's very general in the description, but you tell me as a GM.
Yeah.
What I would like to do is reverse the gravity in the opposite direction and decrease it so we can float across rather than take the rickety old bridge. And the way that she's going to do this is she's going to touch her forehead and that gem's going to appear again. And then she's going to touch her chest and then she's going to like wave her hand out at like the rest of the group.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
To try and cast that on everyone.
Yeah.
And of course, she's totally pulling an Aladdin after that too, and just like walking off the edge to see if it worked.
Oh boy. Yeah. Let's do. Define the elements. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Give me a I like it. I think it's fun and cool. I'll say that given your limitations, it's only you and your Nagamani counter. Like where is that score at?
I think I have. I used my Nagamani. I used one to do the thing to Commodore before, right?
Yes.
That dropped me to 1. This would drop me to 0. But I would.
So you had one beforehand.
Yeah, I had 2 before. I had 2
And now
Nagamani,
you had
and then I
one
used 1,
at the
and now I'm
beginning
at
of
1.
using this,
Yes.
and now you're at 0 after
I'll be
using
at
this.
0. Yes.
Okay. So I think the way we're going to do this is you're going to be able to apply it to yourself and
Mhm.
one other person, as you
Okay.
have one expenditure of Nagamani to use.
So she looks.
Nagamani, sorry.
Okay, so she looks to at the 2 people who are most likely to die in this group in her eyes, Pepper and Baguette, and like she kind of does the eeny meeny miny mo between
Yeah.
the 2 of them, and I need to roll for this one. Okay, cool, it's evens. And she casts it on Baguette.
What's
Okay.
happening?
So Baguette, you start to float with
I think, okay, I'm going to be that guy again. I think that she'll walk
Mhm.
up to Baguette and hold both hands out. And if she takes them, she'll like do the whole fucking magic carpet bullshit.
Yeah,
Just be like,
absolutely.
Right across the bridge.
What's happening? Just like fear.
Put one
Absolutely.
foot in front of the other.
Okay.
And then
Just
you're,
like
like,
does it like
floating.
she's like, I'm ready to die. Today's been a shitty day. Just like, oh.
And you just very gently float.
Just like a little disappointed, like, oh.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. So the both of you, is it a gently floating magic carpet moment, or do you perhaps maybe dance through the air
Oh
together?
god.
Is it a little bit of like a Wally and Evie type, like floating through space that gets a little bit clunkier about it?
I think that would be really funny. Yes.
Again would be Wally.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Baguette Wally.
Absolutely. Okay, so that takes care of the both of you.
Mhm.
Esmeralda.
Okay. So I have this thing called main attraction, which I could save to use for when the Navy and everyone else gets here. Because basically, when I make a dramatic entrance, I can roll with grace. Depending on how well I roll, I can hold the attention. I can make sure that all attention is focused on me for a moment, and even take it as far as like holding the attention of one person for as long as I deliver a dramatic speech, which could really help buy some significant time.
Okay. So we have time bought already. I'll say that if you want to hold and do that, we will let your other party members, Yvonne and Pepper, cross the bridge first. And if they roll poorly and need to take additional time and the Navy does catch up, you'll be there to kind of catch the Navy and intervene.
Yeah, I'll be staying in the
Sound
back
good?
and just making sure everyone's safe.
Phenomenal. And since that is the case, Pepper, I'm going to need a defy disaster to cross this bridge unless you have something specific.
And no, I'm just going to defy disaster. So that is 11 plus 2 plus 1. So whatever that is, it's enough.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah, that is more than enough. So you make it across deftly. It is, I mean, you're tell me what crossing the ricketiest, oldest, ricketiest, oldest, bridgiest bridge that you ever did see. What does that look like for Pepper?
There's a moment where like she steps across and then like it doesn't actually buckle under her because she's mostly just plant. So like she just kind of like she just kind of traipses across. There's a moment where it looks like she's gonna fall, but like you hear like something slosh inside of her and she balances back out.
I love it.
For a moment, we see like the decaying carcass of something press up against the side of you, and we're full of existential horror and dread as you're a pitcher plant.
Like a hand, like squish.
Don't worry about that. We don't talk about how I eat.
Absolutely. And Yvonne, you are the last one through. So I need a defy disaster roll from you as well.
Okay, let's see. I got a 9, and I will add 2 for my daring.
That is an 11. So with might, endurance, and courage, you cross that bridge. What does that look like for Yvonne? How does Yvonne cross the ricketiest, oldest, worn downiest bridge? I'm just going to add more descriptors that end in eist, even though they don't end in eist.
Cheesiest bridge.
When
Jeez,
when you've been at this as long as Yvonne has, like, slow and
Yeah.
steady wins the race. If you try to go too fast, you
Mhm.
may put too much pressure on an old rope or something. So we just engage those muscles at the core and try to get across as steadily as we can.
Absolutely. So the both of you crossed along. Both of you did phenomenally. So Esmeralda, this is going to be completely up to your discretion. If you want to cross, you are free to cross, or you can hold out for the larger drama impact of doing your fun monologue to the whoever of the Navy walks through.
I'm gonna roll on it. Yeah,
What is more
I'm gonna
in character for you?
I'm gonna cross the bridge.
Okay.
I
Give me
think
a
seeing that
five.
everyone got across safe and sound, I think it makes more sense to be with the group.
Phenomenal.
However, I am not gonna set myself up like that. I think I'm gonna take one from the pool to roll this. Okay, that's all 3 6s.
All 3 6s.
I want to just
Okay.
I
6,
wanna
6,
just-
6.
Yeah, you're good. How do you cross the bridge? You could tell me anything. You could tell me you do the worm across it, and I'd be like, "Yep, sounds good to me." Like with an 18 total before modifiers, you can walk on the ceiling for all I care.
You just walk on the ropes.
I
Somehow.
think, yeah, I'm gonna like Naruto run across ropes. No, I will not do that. I will most likely I mean, I'm not gonna take it that far, but I think I was like, I could try to like sabotage the rope bridge, but I have to come back anyways. So I will just like kind of like walk clumsily and just be like, I don't know what the big deal is. Like, look, I'm swinging it. It's very sturdy. Like everyone's been
the
so
donkey
freaked out
and
over
Shrek.
nothing. Yeah, like a donkey.
Crossing
I'm
the
just like,
bridge.
this is totally fine. Oh my
It's
goodness.
totally fine. All right.
As I just like skip and jump across it.
So graceful, so elegant, like a beautiful flower.
Oh no.
One more time, Baguette.
So I shouldn't cut the ropes? Hello?
I
Yeah,
mean,
we got you. We got you. So
Oh,
you shouldn't
like-
cut the rope?
Should I not cut
Question
the ropes?
mark?
Because Baguette was going to wait until she saw her and then cut the ropes.
Ooh.
I mean,
however, how are we going to take the stuff out of here is the only problem. I was thinking the same thing, Baggy, and I don't know. It's like we could, but then how are we going to get
We
all
ain't
of this
going back
treasure?
that way. God dang it.
Wait, well, I didn't quite hear that.
Yeah,
What
you
was
know
that?
what? Yeah, you know what? We need to find another way.
oh my god. I think while you guys
Because
are
we
having this,
can't go that way ever again.
no, can't go towards the danger. That would be a horror movie. But yeah. I think that while you guys are having this argument, Shakti is just sort of crouched in a corner, like back facing
Oh no.
everybody.
Absolutely.
It's kind of she's alive and stuff, but like she's just not okay at the moment. So.
Hmm. Is there an insight check in this game?
There is not. However,
throwing
if you
up,
are
I'll give you
going to
that.
go, if you're going to go check in on Shakti, this is the scene that is going to have to play out. Shakti, your Nagamani is at 0 currently.
Exactly.
which means you lose access to all your Naga playbook moves
Mhm.
and are stuck
Correct.
in your true form
Yep.
until it increases again.
Exactly.
Would you mind describing for us what your true form looks like?
She crouches for a moment and
That's-
she's kind of like she realized that she overexerted herself. She was like the dwarves of Mothmore, whatever the fuck it's called. She got too
Yeah.
far, went too deep. And she like tries to gather herself. Yvonne would recognize this form.
Mhm. Yes, because
Um,
Yvonne has seen it before.
Yeah, and as she slowly stands up, and she's now standing at about 6'2". Her
Ooh.
shoulders are broader, and she is much more masculine presenting. Same outfit, but just gender bent, if you will, for lack of better words. And she does not turn around, at least not in this moment.
Mhm.
She's just very quiet. Like,
I mean, could I approach?
yeah, she's not gonna like attack you or anything. She just is kind of having some feelings right now about the way that they look.
Like-
So yeah.
Shakti, that was amazing magic that you did back there. I mean, I don't know how you did it. Honestly, you've been really just so instrumental in this entire adventure. Shakti, are you okay?
Do you mind not looking at me?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'll give you. Yeah, I'll turn right around. Is it okay? I'm not looking now. Is this okay?
Yes, I'm not comfortable in this body.
Tell me about it.
And like slowly, like they peek, like they turn their face around, and their face is actually elongated. It looks almost reptilian or snake-like. They and they just are very embarrassed about the way that they look in this moment. This is not the way I wish to present myself.
I don't usually tell the story as it kind of tells itself with my reputation, but there was a reason I killed my father when I was a very young age. He was always so demanding, so judgmental, just so awful. He was like, "You're a boy. You'll always be one." And I knew in my heart and in my soul that that was wrong. That was never going to be the case. And finally, the dam broke. And, I had to honor the pirate's code nonetheless. There was no way to get out of it. I disarmed his very weapon from his own hands and plunged it right into his very heart. It's the same rapier I keep to this day. And I redeemed that sword just as much as I redeem myself each and every day and try to live a more genuine, honest life. So just know
Honest
that
man,
no matter how you feel, no matter how you think you look, I'll always be by your side.
And I think in this moment, like Shakti looks from you, Esmeralda, to Yvonne, who's the only other person in this room who's seen them in this form. And there's a look of vulnerability in her eyes.
Mhm.
And it's not because she doesn't trust Baguette or Pepper. I think, actually Pepper's also seen her in this form. She got stuck that way. So
Yes.
so yeah, it's not that she doesn't trust Pepper or Baguette. I think that these are just the two people that have been with her when she's like been this way.
Mhm.
And that smitten moment of that question that she asked herself,
Mhm.
can I trust Esmeralda to like essentially keep my secret? I think that resolves itself with what Esmeralda has said.
Mm-hmm.
And she, in this moment, like, looks at Esmeralda, and there's more there. There's feelings. There's feelings.
Mhm.
Oh no, I've caught them. What the fuck? Anyway, so, and you can, but not like this. Not in this. This is not the face that they wish to be wearing. And they take a deep breath and finally turn around and show themselves. And I mean, they are very masculine presenting, with aside from the long hair, because the hair is still long, but and the very reptilian sort of this like weird combination. If you've seen like arrowhead snakes with that sort of narrow face, it's similar to that. And there's, even though their skin isn't necessarily scaly, but it is like a green color. Before she was presenting as like more of an olive tone, like more of a humanoid skin color. This is green with like deep brown mixed in, like mottled, like maybe her race was originally from like a swamp environment, and that's like some weird form of camouflage. And
So cool.
yeah, she says, I'm probably stuck this way for a little bit. I hope it's not too unsettling. And she looks at Baguette as she says this.
Let's be honest, Baguette doesn't know social cues or anything, just looks straight at you and goes, okay. It just goes back to where we got the rope.
It goes back to cutting the rope.
Have you seen the TikTok of the kid who comes out to their parents and their parents are like, cool.
That's what I was thinking
Come out
about.
today,
Like, it's just cool, because I feel like Baguette would just be like, cool?
You like
look,
keeps making bread.
no, just like cutting rope. Just like cool. You know what? Whatever floats your boat. That's good.
There's also
Oh god! Now
we-
the kiss has been added to the
now
donate.
that this has been added to the donate incentives. $40 for the chat to redeem. Now they kiss.
Now they kiss.
And I do think in this moment, how tall is Esmeralda?
I would say probably like 5'8", 5'9".
Oh yeah, she's quite a bit taller than you. Defo looking up at her.
No, yeah, she's like,
So, but yeah,
Mommy?
I think, and I think that like she composes herself like and says, "We should keep moving before they figure out what's happening." I'll help Baguette cut the rope.
Almost died, I swear!
She takes out her sword and helps Baguette. Like,
Yeah,
get this rope.
Baguette has made
frantically-
it through about half of the bridge at this point. So like one side is dangling, and you just take your sword and give it a good swoop.
conk.
And in your current larger form, it doesn't take much. And so yeah, the bridge, as long as it
It
goes
really
loose,
fat.
and it falls down into the gorge and is now dangling in some sort of invisible source wind that blows it just kind of gently as it rests across the opposite cliff face to you. You turn and you head in.
No! Sorry, reading the chat.
I know.
Damn it!
And there is
Wow.
a door in front of you, and on the door, but now they kiss redeemed for $40.
Who's kissing?
Fuck.
I think the most sense would be Esmeralda and Shakti, if that is something that is comfortable
just
for
No,
all
my
the
cat
players.
showed up for this. What is happening?
oh, kitty.
I
Yeah,
wish
my
I
little
had
boy.
taken the I ship it move this game instead. I didn't realize this was going to go this way. But
You
Lorca pipes in the chat. Shakti and Esmeralda, it was me.
No, okay.
Kissed.
yes,
I think it'd
Okay.
be like the rest of us are just walking up front, and it's just like they're in the back.
Oh.
Have their moment.
Okay, so I guess the way that we could do this is we've cut the bridge is off dangling. Fuck you, Commodore. Anyway, I guess we're walking, right? And like you said, we're in the back.
Mhm.
And I think Shakti has a moment where she asks Esmeralda, "Are you disturbed by this face of mine?"
Never. I would never be disturbed by this. It doesn't matter what, shape you take or how you morph. I'll always know who you are. I can always tell by the softness in your eyes.
I'm just like, oh fuck. And then I think Shakti thinks about this for a moment and says, "You know, my kind is hunted throughout the world. I have to have a face."
I've absolutely met a few, Naga in my day, especially through art raids. But I mean, there's a bit of a family secret and a family code that I live by, that is instilled by me, and I really hope you don't say this to anyone else. My grandmother, Captain Grandma, that if we are ever to come across folks who are ever being hunted or under prejudice, that we actually kind of split the proceeds, make sure that they get some and that we take some. So I've made sure that every Naga I've come across has been well taken care of.
So you would be hard pressed to give away who I am, then.
I would rather die.
And I think that's the moment where Shakti sweeps Esmeralda into their arms and gives them a kiss.
Yeah, they're just gonna like
It's one of those like very, despite the circumstances, despite the environment, it's very sweet and it's very romantic. And the camera definitely follows you two into it. And you go in for the kiss and you get that like, "We'll be back in a moment." And it opens up and it's somewhere up on the Sapphic Violet. There's Graham Captain is sitting on the deck again doing more beating. And goes, "Yay, each to their own ability and each to their own need." Just like completely unprompted.
Oh my god.
The crewman just be like, "What the fuck does that even?"
Yeah, Maeve looks over and just like, "Huh? Like what? What?
What is happening?"
And we cut back and like the both of you have completed your kiss. Maybe hair is a little ruffled.
I would
just
also
like
everyone hydrate.
afterwards, like, oh my
Yeah, a
god.
little woozy.
I would like to petition the GM
Yes.
for this to be emotional support so I can get some of my magic back.
I would
Actually-
fully offer emotional support, yeah.
Oh, ooh.
Yay!
I am so here for this. Oh god.
More!
Actually, I hate to. I would love to. Yes. So, a new donation milestone has just been added for us. Those of you who've just saw it in the chat through text, phenomenal, great, you've seen it. But I'm going to point it out to everyone else here. Much with our other Thirsty Sword Lesbians game that reached a milestone and got an episode 2. If we reach $1,400 by the end of this stream, this crew is going to return and we're going to do an episode 2 of Space Pirates Edition Thirsty Sword Lesbians. And I am so excited for the prospect of that. So everyone come pitch on in, even just a little bit will help us get everyone at this table back again and do another session for this group, for this storyline, for these characters, and probably for TEP as well.
Yay!
So-
Sapphic Violet 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Sapphic Violet 2. We only need $95. Make me drink another shot of the hot stuff and
Oh
Sapphic
my
Violet 2
god.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
Hey. We'll either do another. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I know exactly what episode 2 is going to be of this, and it's going to be something about Captain Grandma getting back in the scene because I want y'all to do an
Let's
escort mission with Captain
go.
Grandma.
Captain
Yes.
Grandma gets her groove back.
I mean, you are fully part of this. Telurke?
Telurke, yes.
Please let me know I'm pronouncing your name right. But you are 100% part of this. We only need 95. If I cannot find queer media, I will make it myself.
Preach.
Ah.
Captain Grandma. Okay. Taylor K. Taylor. Sure. Anyway, thank you so much for receiving the 40 to make them kiss. I will also say that this is the both of you can mark off the move, finally kiss in a dangerous situation.
Woo!
Both of you get +1 ongoing to get to safety and protect each other for the rest of the scene.
Yay.
So for the rest of this final closing scene, you'll both have a +1 to protect each other and get each other to safety.
Okay. And the emotional support, yay or nay?
The emotional support, as per the Naga playbook, you get emotional support from another PC, decrease your Nagamani.
Well, I'm at -1 now. I did this to myself.
You can't go to -1, so just remain at 0. You're going to be a little bit of a monster for a little bit more.
This is
Can
fine.
I-
But don't worry.
Could
It's
I
okay.
roll to like provide further emotional support or no?
That would just make it worse.
Oh,
So the emotional support decreases the amount
I
of
appreciate
Nagamani
it.
available.
I
okay.
appreciate it. If I was
the
going psychopathic,
increase-
yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
To increase your Nagamani, you'll either have to express yourself by taking on an appearance closer to your true form, or you get hurt or witness someone else getting hurt. Excellent.
Throw baguette.
What?
I'm fine.
Hey,
Get the cinnamon roll
I
out
just
there.
donated. Be nice.
I'm teasing. I promise I won't throw you.
I do it.
Okay.
Baguette's used to it.
So we come up to these large wooden doors. There is a metal set of rings around them. And in the very middle of these rings, in the center of this door, there is a hole. The rings seem to have etchings on them. There's a bunch of lines. And looking through it, who is going to be... Yeah, you have a moment, you go, damn, I wish Maeve was here. Maeve would have figured this out real quick. But there is a hole in the middle of the door for something to be inserted. It is cylindrical and round. That's the same word twice. Sorry, I'm just like, I am high off the endorphins of you kissing.
Oh my god.
Contact high. The contact of them lips, baby.
Woo!
But it looks like you are supposed to insert something into the door.
So many jokes.
Does the map
appropriate?
is the map a round cylindrical kind of thing?
The map is a scroll. It has an outer layer of leather that wraps around it, and it is nestled between two kind of dark iron bulbs on either end of it that seem to match the metal of the door. Yes.
Space test.
Oop. We lost Esmeralda.
There we go.
Got the vapors.
Got the vapors. Someone get the smelling salts.
What? Still got the vapors.
The vapors.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, I will try to insert it in.
Absolutely. So you take the map and you insert it lengthwise into the door. And You're pushing it, and it goes in smoothly until you hit that last little bit and you give it a little extra like hut, and you push and it clicks. And you start to hear it. The clicking and clacking and rotating of gears. And the metal rings on the front of the door start to spin and rotate, and the lines on them start to glow with a green energy as the door starts to power up and activate. And as they spin, the lines all start to line up until there's the face of actually a Naga projected in front of you.
What?
This Naga is not like Shakti is. They wear their form brazenly, wholeheartedly, and confidently. Shakti, you would know that this is just full venom form.
Okay.
It's the holograph of a Naga in full venom form. They're not directly in front of you.
Right.
But you can tell based on your experiences that they have been in venom form for years, constantly. They wear a tricorn hat with a feather tucked into the side of it, a long jacket with no shirt underneath, exposing scaled torso into very kind of pirate pants, you know, the brown, they bell out at the end.
Yep.
They got the cool cuffs on them that are like cut on one side. And across the chest, underneath the jacket, is just strap of probably 10 to 15 flintlock pistols.
The answer to reloading is always bring more guns.
Bring more guns. The hologram walks in one direction in front of you and then walks the other way and goes, "Hi, Avast. It seems you folks have found me treasure. It's I." And he takes the hat off his head. "Captain Tiberius Flintlock. If you're hearing this, you've finally found what I've amassed over my years. May ye be the best of pirates. And if ye be that navy scum, ye best walk back another 20 feet and throw yourself into that gorge before I do it for you."
I like him.
Wow.
"Enter through these doors, speak ye the pirate code, and my treasure is yours. Failure to do so, and well, you won't like it." And as he says those final words, even the hologram is starting to get drips of liquid just starting to froth out of his mouth and hit the ground. And the hologram is also capturing like steam raising up off the ground from where his acidic bile is hitting the ground below him. And then the doors swing open. And before you is a large stone room that has two lines of columns that extend a good 50, 60 feet back. And the columns are engraved. You can't quite tell at this distance what is engraved on them, but they reach up to this ceiling, to this grand chamber. And currently it is all this dark black stone with not a speck of treasure in sight. What the fuck? And you hear it one more time, the echo of the recording. "Speak ye the pirate code." And it...
Does anyone remember the pirate code?
The guy's just like, "Did we just establish that I accidentally got onto your ship? We're 50 away. We're 50 away.
We're not. We reached it.
Got it.
We're getting to episode 2. Hello, folks. Oh my gosh. Well, my lovely crew tries to figure out what a pirate code is that they're going to offer to the ghost of Captain Flintlock. I want to thank you all so much for donating a total of $1,400 to the Trans Empowerment Project. That is so huge for this Pride Month. That means so much to myself as a trans folk. It means so much, I'm sure, to Heather, and I will let you talk about that when we do outros and just a little bit sooner than I would like, if I'm being honest with everyone here. And thank you so much for letting us do an episode 2 of this. As a creator, I want to just really talk about how honored and flattered I am that something I made is something y'all want to see again. And I want to pass that around to my players as well, because this is a collaborative effort. This is a collaborative storytelling experience, and you all should feel honored.
So excited.
It's super excited. I was like, what? Amazing.
Yeah.
I get to play
Yeah.
Baguette again? Hell yeah.
Yes.
You get to play Baguette again.
Mm.
The only downside, it's like not a lot of you have been failing, so not a lot of you have been marking experience.
I know.
I know.
Shit.
I'm like, I need the experience. Oh, this is
Mhm.
funny. This is like I guess, yeah, it's my proper like first, like stream playthrough. So I'm like, wow, this is amazing.
Guess what? You're coming back. Guess what? Whether they donated it or not, I was gonna have you come back anyway because I think you're rad.
Thank you.
You got it all. You got it all in your experience. You got kissed. You got flirted with. You got everything.
I
Everything.
did, yeah.
Now all you need
Package.
now all you need is to stab a man. Just stab him. Run him through.
Oh my God.
So wedding episode next?
Wedding episode. I mean, if that's something we want to do, we can look into it. But let's get back to the action. Okay. You all stand in this large, empty room, trying to figure out what how much you know what? If you can, Taylor, if you can donate another let's say 1,700 and we'll do a wedding episode.
Oh Lord.
Another $300 to the goal, and we'll do a wedding episode.
I'm just imagining the Steven Universe episode with Sapphire and
Done. Milestone established. 1,700 for wedding episode.
oh God.
James
Okay.
agrees.
Go buy a scratch it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
God damn it! I'm
What-
a doctor,
what are we
not a
offering?
pirate.
Does,
The pirate's code.
does anyone know anything about the pirate code?
Is that the thing Captain Grandma's talking about all the time? She
Any
says a lot of
context,
things.
so.
Grandma?
Something.
something. Shit.
We can't
Is
call
there
her.
any
Call a
Yeah.
lifeline.
bring up? Oh yes,
Uh,
actually, can I call on a toxic power?
You absolutely can.
Hell yes.
Oh snap!
So when you parlay with a toxic power, ask it your question and roll plus spirit. How about
Okay.
we are going to have you ask the question, and then I will tell you what toxic power answers.
That's yeah.
How does that
Please
sound?
be Britney Spears. Please be Britney Spears.
Ding, ding, ding,
I'm
ding,
gonna
ding,
pull. I'm gonna pull from the pool for this one. I feel like this is a very
Yeah.
necessary one.
We don't remember.
Shoot. It would regularly be a 7. Oh no, it's a +0, so it's a 7.
It's a 7.
I
Okay.
already donated.
I have a string on you, don't I? Do I have a string on you?
I think everyone has. Yeah, everyone should have a string.
I
on me.
would like to use my string to give you a +1.
Let me double check if I have a string on you because I might have already used it for you.
I'm gonna power the friendship out of this.
I did not, so I will be also doing giving you a string.
The power of friendship.
7, 8,
I'll give a string.
9.
Yeah, 8, 9. Wouldn't we be at 10? Because they rolled a 7.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 8, 9, 10.
10.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10.
Amazing.
That is 10. Ugh. So yeah, you just like, wait, What's the pirate code? You ask out loud to the
Oh my God.
whatever the hell might hear you. You idiot. Oh, God. And she stumbles through the door. Commodore Cassandra Gestalt. She goes, dumbass. Pirates don't have a code. They're guidelines at best. And the whole chamber lights up. The pillars what line with energy at first, that same green light that the door had from the bottom up, and they hit the ceiling. You can tell that each pillar is decorated differently. Some of them have snakes coiling up them. Some of them are decorated in what's the thing with geometrical designs that are all just different types of swords. Some of them have nautical designs on them, waves and ships, and they all are ornately decorated. And as that green energy hits the ceiling, gold, liquid gold, starts to pour down and fill the pillars so that they're filigreed and decorated gorgeously. And then there's a rumbling as the walls start to slide up at the top of the room. And they slide down. And from the top of the room, you start to hear it. The rumbling. Ting, 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 as gold just starts to pour viciously out of these holes and crash into the middle of the room before settling onto the ground. And what was once an empty room is now a room full of treasure.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Commodore Gestalt stands behind the lot of you. Battered, a little beaten, and unfortunately alone. She holds a hand to her side where obviously some sort of dart trap or something went off and pierced kind of that side area. And she holds her rapier in front of her with all the awe that the rest of you had. And she goes, this gold belongs to the Merchants Guild of the... Oh, God. And she is going to just kind of faint, falling forward.
Can I catch her?
Yes, you can!
Woo! Vega, just catch her.
Absolutely. Is this going to be perhaps, is this an entice or are you just catching?
You know what? I think
Or you could try to figure a person out too. It's
I
another
think
role that we haven't used a lot of.
I'm gonna say figure person out because I'm catching her mostly because Baguette would still be in love with her. It's only been like a few short minutes since all that, and Baguette just doesn't want to see her in pain, but just catches her before she falls and just like holding her gently.
Absolutely. Roll me those 2d6 plus wit. An additional
Wit?
3 if you spend a string.
Wit? Additional 3?
If you use a string.
You know what? I will. I have 2 strings with her.
Yeah.
So let me roll. See what I get.
Shout time.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to spend a string, which will make me into 11.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. You may ask 2 questions now or later in the scene. From the list from below, figure out a person.
Pulling up the list now.
Mm-hmm.
Stagger. Figure out a person. Okay. What do I want to ask? So I get 2? Yes. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What do you hope to get from doing this?
Really? You're asking this now of all times?
I could
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No. 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 Yeah.
seriously.
It, I don't know. I just accomplishment. I guess. I was kind of hoping uh, that I'd somehow find myself in all of this. Captain, and then Captain wasn't enough, and Commodore, and then Commodore wasn't enough, and I'm just, I don't know. Guess I was hoping to find my way.
I got one more.
Mhm.
There's 2 good questions, so I'm gonna bring it up to the group. Do I go break your heart, or
Ooh.
do I go mend?
Recruit them.
I mean, recruiting them is a good option, but also, how are you feeling? How's Baguette?
Yeah, that's
I
actually
know,
true.
that's a
Like,
problem.
Yeah, like if Baguette's, because this is the same person who was like, you left, I can't forgive you, bye, and proceeded to attempt to like
Yeah.
hurt you. So,
I think I'm gonna do both.
Okay.
ooh,
And I'm gonna say, how can I get you to come with us and be with me again?
Well, I mean, for the first part of that, um, the
You're
Navy
screwed
shirts were
either
not.
way. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm
How you
kind of
doing?
screwed.
Yeah. We'll get you
Honestly,
out no matter what. To be honest,
yeah,
I'm gonna get you out,
yeah.
but you can't go back that
I'm
way.
sold. I'm
Yeah.
sold. I kind of can't. And
Yeah.
most. Whew, this hurts. Um, yeah,
We have a
no.
doctor. Don't worry. She's probably just very
I
scared to like to touch you right now.
That's okay. A lot of people are. Um, honestly, I think I just need time to figure this all out. You know, um, because Captain, like I got promoted and you weren't there, and I think honestly, I kind of realized in that moment that Commodore didn't matter if you weren't there.
oh, oh.
And then I was really mad for a long time because you just were gone. Um, I never didn't love you. I was just mad that you left without saying anything.
I I saw you excelling at what you were good at, and what am I but just a little baker in the house? So I decided I would be better for you. So I wanted to go out and get better.
Yeah. Also, I know I tossed the ring that you gave me into the gorge earlier, but I did have one of the men go down and get it, so I do have it again.
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
Oh, I didn't like them anyway.
The,
Um,
the ring or the person?
the person
Okay. Cool, because you did give me that
that
ring. If you didn't like it, then
no, yeah, his name was John. He was the new recruit, and he
Oh, they were talking about how John was dead and that they were already upset that you. Either way, we're getting sidetracked.
Yeah.
We'll get you healed up. We'll take you to the ship. If you promise not to arrest
Yeah.
anybody, they'll probably help you out.
Yeah, no, I don't
And
think I have the right to arrest anyone anymore.
probably not. And let's
Um,
be honest. I think 2 of these people would kill you in an instant.
I am aware.
Yeah,
I am aware.
a little bit.
Yeah.
They're a little bit upset that what the emotional damage to me. Yeah. Guys.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was mad.
They're still figuring each other out.
And I appreciate a little bit of space while I figure this out. You know how many like new male recruits in the Navy just like didn't give a single shit about anything that I said, even though I outranked them by 2 ranks.
I told you this when you started doing the Navy. When you started it, we thought it'd be fun. And then you went into it, and then you said your captain was a pig. And I told you maybe if you got
Yeah,
higher
that's true.
up. It's just either way. We'll figure this out later.
Either way, let's get this gold and get out of here.
Pepper?
Anyone have a bandage?
Pepper?
Meanwhile, I'm gonna try to Scrooge McDuck into the gold.
Can you give me just a plus grace? Just 2d6 plus grace for Scrooge McDucking it.
I love it.
That's gonna be an 8.
Yeah. Yeah, you Scrooge McDuck it.
As we close out this scene, am I allowed to use one more move, or are we done?
Yeah, you can absolutely use another move.
Okay, I want to use one of my playbook moves, Better Bundle Up. I would like to pull Baguette aside and give her some blunt but honest advice of like,
Ooh.
I know that you've got your potential person back, and that can be really exciting and bring up a lot of feelings, but I want you to make sure that you guard your heart and that you always put your best interests first and not Cass's. So I would like to see how Baguette responds.
Yeah, roll with spirit.
Okay.
$40 donation. Okay, but now they kiss. Someone else did the donation.
Oh, okay, but now they kiss. Can someone please kiss the scaled pirate king?
What?
No.
He's a hologram,
No.
and I'm here for it.
It's poisoned. No.
Can
You
I
know
grab
what?
like a statue and just be like, and now they kiss?
Making out.
Tune in next time, and perhaps we might have a little flashback moment where somebody kisses the pirate king.
But
Does that sound like a good?
There also could be a love triangle.
Hi. Hi, Pat. Nice to see you.
Polygon, actually.
A polygon. Oh.
I mean, give it more angles. Why not?
Yeah. All the polycules.
So you're doing this by the spirit roll, correct?
Yeah. How did that resolve?
So I got a 10.
You got a
and
10.
then I get to add 1 spirit to it, so 11.
Phenomenal. Okay, so they value your direct advice, and you gain a string on them, and they'll get +1 forward to act on your advice.
Phenomena.
So, Baguette, you'll get +1 forward to. You know what? Neon will appear in fiction and kiss the pirate king. That's what happened. It burns a little bit. I'll be honest with you.
Pepper's the
even
only
though it's a
one.
hologram.
Pepper's the only one watching the hologram at this point. Like it's just like fascinating. Writes it down.
Out of nowhere, this
Pepper's
strange human in her pajamas showed up and kissed the pirate king, Captain Flintlock, and then disappeared.
I think with that advice that also that Baguette was given, a goddess. I think with that, I think Baguette would actually blush a little bit.
Absolutely.
And just look down and just like thinking about it, like, do I want to be back with them? Am I doing this for me, or am I doing it for another reason? Like it starts having conflict, and because she is smitten with her, she's smitten with her. So I think there might be, because they are broken up still. They are broken up. They're taking time. They're going to maybe see, but they get also like, maybe it's time to move on. So there's a decision which might be happening next episode.
Excellent. So the lot of you will say, for the sake of brevity and wrapping this up, as it is 11 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, and probably fairly late for Heather. I'm so sorry, Heather.
Love you.
We love you so much. The lot of you happen to grab as much gold and treasure and everything else that you can find into these large sacks. I'll say with Yvonne's strength and might, your Logomancy gravity affections, and the general pitching in of everyone there, you're able to move a majority of the treasure out slowly but surely back to the longboats. You give Maeve a call, and she responds with, "Yep, sounds good. Navy left dock not but 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. I don't think they're all too interested in you anymore. So I'll be around to pick you up." You load as much treasure as you can onto the longboats, get on up to your ship where Graham Captain is waiting for the lot of you. And you set off into the ether with your storage hold full of the treasure of Captain Tiberius Flintlock.
Woo!
I want, before we fully do sign-offs and goodbyes, I want a little bit of a like maybe a week later epilogue from each character. What's going on? And I'll start with Pepper, because you're at the top of the screen.
Okay. A week later, Pepper is I think Pepper takes this adventure and just finally takes the chance to turn her fan fiction into something that she could publish. So she's gone through over the week and changed the names of all these insert characters and stuff.
Yeah.
And pulling just a full fan fiction rewrite so she can publish it. And she's on her way to publishing her first book about these pirate adventures.
Phenomenal.
So good.
Okay. Esmeralda, what are you doing a week after this adventure wraps?
Yeah, I think after a week after the adventure wraps, I kind of I think at a certain point between took it upon myself to set a meeting with the entire crew to admit my secret and to let everyone know that I'm actually the granddaughter of the captain. And I'm also, I think, working with Shakti in a way to be able to kind of use the exhaust from the engine to be able to kind of heat up a water source. So that way we can be able to have a spa and sauna on the ship.
I love it. We just turned into a
I
cruise.
always did love my granddaughter way more than I loved my son. You know how to treat these brittle bones.
I'm just saying, Grandma, if you stick around, we're going to make sure you're well taken care of.
Baguette gets a steamer for their bread. It's amazing.
Where else would I go? It's my house.
It's true.
Very true.
A good captain goes down with their ship, and I plan to be the best one ever. Excellent. Shakti, since you were mentioned, let's go to you.
Yes. So Shakti has to go visit with Pepper, and ends up spending a lot of time with Pepper to try to get back to her original, the form that she was happier with, just as she had before with Pepper. And so after essentially therapy with Pepper, Shakti is able to return to their normal look. But they're very excited to be able to spend more time with Esmeralda. And
excellent.
now that there's a more of an interest in the engines, I do think that they are working on this topic, but there are definitely days where it's a little less work, a little more other things. If you've seen Firefly, Haley, and
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I follow. Give me Yvonne. What are you up to?
Well, I mean, as the ship's first mate, I'm kind of checking in with everyone to make sure that they are doing okay, that they have what they need, checking in with Pepper to make sure that the first aid / medical bay is okay, checking in with Shakti and Esmeralda to make sure they're good and, feeling all right from combat. Also checking in with Pepper because I got some pretty substantial wounds during the fights and everything, so still checking in there to make sure everything's healing properly, and also really furthering that relationship with Baguette, not just because they're a super awesome person, but because food is healing and we all need a little bit of that right now. So yeah, just making sure everyone's doing all right.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Baguette.
Well, Baguette had a very emotional, very life-changing experience during this thing. So I'd say this week, Baguette has been respectful and has been keeping their distance with the Commodore, which we don't no longer call her that, but also trying to figure out what she wants. Because, yeah, she started this journey trying to be a better person for Cassie, but at the end, she's just wondering, when do I stop doing that and start doing stuff for myself? And one of the things she starts thinking that maybe, like, this whole week she's just trying to figure out who she is and what she wants to do in her life. She mostly works a lot in the kitchen, so a lot of people don't see her anymore. So she'll go and she'll cook and everything, but she does leave little packages of cookies and sweets for everybody, like for like the people that were on the trip for them. So it's just like little cookies and little like little scones and everything for Pepper, because of her little scroll, just make sure there's walnuts in the little bag, like walnut cookies and everything. So they got their walnuts, okay?
Yes.
Found a way.
Yes.
Finally.
Found a way.
Found a way.
The real
Absolutely.
treasure was the walnuts.
All of
But-
it.
For Esmeralda, there might be like a little bit more in the bag, and just a little note every once in a while that just says thank you.
Oh.
No.
Excellent. And there is one scene I want to play out with you, Baguette.
Oh, no.
And so I saved you for last. After a week has passed, everyone hydrate first.
Oh,
before we
Baguette
get into
dies.
Baguette's burnt. Oh no.
Okay. After a week has passed, Cassandra, Gestalt, has healed up from her wounds, does what she can to pitch in around the ship, and kind of keeps to herself a little bit. One evening, while out at sea, Baguette, you are out kind of wandering the hall, just kind of meandering, you know, when it's late and you can't sleep, so you have a little bit of a walk. And you walk down to the docking bay for the longboats. And one of the cabins is open, and you can see that Cassandra is slinging something of a bag into the longboat and preparing to disembark. She's no longer wearing the navy attire. She's wearing kind of a simple, whatever you guys had on hand type pants, a loose fitting shirt. Her hair is down. It's no longer tied up into that Navy standard bun, and her dark curled hair cascades around her shoulders and around her face as if a galaxy were cascading around her. And she looks at you with very earnest eyes and goes, here I was hoping I'd be able to shove off without anyone hearing about it. My turn.
I think at that, Baguette just look, nod, and feeling like there's a bunch of built up guilt for Baguette too with all this. Just nods and just holds out their hand as like a shaking motion and just says, just make sure you're okay out there.
I promise. And she'll take your hand, and she shakes it. And she leans down and gives you a little kiss on the forehead. She goes, Baguette, you've got the makings of greatness in you. And I hope one day when the light catches your sails, I'll be there to see it. But for now, I think I gotta work my own stuff off.
Baguette nods, and before she pulls away, she grabs her hand really hard and just
Yes.
like pulls her close and like whispers this in her ear and goes, "You do what you gotta do, but I'm gonna let you know right now. You come here messing with my friends one more time, and I'll make sure you don't walk again. I make myself clear?"
She'll stand up. Oh, darling, I'd love to see you try. And she'll take her foot and she'll kick the longboat out, and it will swing out and detach from the ship. And she will spin on her heel, look at you, give you a little bow, and fall backwards out of the ship in free fall with the longboat.
And
As it
Baguette's
is
just
not been
gonna
able to
go,
activate.
"See you later," and
as-
walks out. And just goes to Grandma, just go Captain Grandma and be like, "So we lost a ship. Don't want to talk about it. Bye."
Yeah, well, I've always thought that if somebody steals something from you, it's because they really needed it a little bit more than you did. It's fine. We can always get another boat. And in the distance, we watch through space, the longboat falls with Cassandra in a free fall after it. And eventually she makes contact, and the ship continues to pitch down before catching and sailing off into the ether towards the nearest whatever. Thank you all for joining us tonight for this playthrough of Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I'd like to thank the wonderful players that we will get to in just a second. And I would love to thank all the wonderful donors who popped in and donated and made me drink horrible, horrible juice and made sure that we had extra dice for the players to use so that they never really had anything go wrong, which is phenomenal and beautiful. And I love when a story, I love it when a plan comes together. So we will see you all for an episode 2 of this, probably in July sometime, depending on the cast availability, things like that. But don't worry, the Tiltify will be extended to incorporate those games as well. For those of you who tuned into the last Thirsty Sword Lesbians stream, the Cyberpunk City also got an episode 2 that'll be happening in July sometime. And that will also be available for fundraising. So, without a doubt, let's go through our players one more time on our way out. Archangelic, where can people find you?
Hi, I'm Archangelic. You can find links for me on my website, archangelic.space. I'm also on Twitter as Archangelic and Blue Sky as archangelic.space. Mostly you can find me running games for my channel, Lantern Light Adventures, on Twitch. Tomorrow I'm playing in our Old Gods of Appalachia game, and that's at 2 p.m. Pacific. So come by if you're interested in that.
Yeah, excellent. And Geek Baker, where can people find you?
Well, Neon, you already know. I am actually here on Logomancy. I run also I don't run. I'm co-host of a podcast here on Logomancy called Roll for Beer. We're very excited for it going forward. We will have stuff for charity as well going up, which is very exciting. And you can follow me on Geek Baker on Instagram. I do not have a Twitter, but I was told, yeah, no! Why? All right, you know what? It's the last one. You ready for this, everybody?
Yes.
Yes! Always! I'll make a Twitter.
$56,002.
Yeah, God damn it! And after that, yeah, that's pretty much it. So you'll see me a lot more on Logomancy, and maybe, just maybe, I might start streaming by myself too. Who knows? So,
Ooh.
so, all right.
Excellent. And next up, we have Alex, who played the wonderful Esmeralda.
Hi. Yeah, you can find me. I'm still getting figured out, but I have a Start Playing Games account, which I will be posting games for. So if anyone would like to be able to join, I'm going to be hosting a beautiful menagerie of different TTRPGs on there. So yeah, keep an eye out on there as I post games, and I will, be so excited to be able to play with each and every one of you. And I also post on TikTok. I go by Pisces Moon Paladin. And I also have an Instagram as well, under the same username.
Excellent. And of course, from the ever excellent Pocket Dragon Pub, we have Vixie Bell.
Hey everybody, my name is Vixie Bell, and it's been my pleasure to be your friendly neighborhood player here at the table. You can in fact find me over at the Pocket Dragon Pub, running games and playing in games as well. You can find me on social media under Vixie Bell or Vixie Bell Cosplay, or you can always come visit the Pocket Dragon Pub here on Twitch, Instagram, and various other socials under Pocket Dragon Pub. That's everywhere you can find me. I can be, my face appears in a lot of places, I've noticed. Anyways.
It's such a beautiful face, too.
It's such a beautiful face. And then to finish off the players. And then to finish off our wonderful players, we have Heather Knoxville from the Trans Empowerment Project. Heather, take it away.
Y'all, this has been like the highlight of my month so far. So thank you so much for allowing me to have space at this table and for playing this game with me. But yeah, you can find me at Heather Knoxville on Facebook, Ivy_Knoxville on Instagram. Those are mostly just like shitpost accounts where I talk about having autism, ADHD, and using a lot of cannabis. So please take all of that with a grain of salt. But if you want to find me in the professional sphere, I am one half of the amazing leadership team at Trans Empowerment Project. You can find me at heather@transempowerment.org or any of the Trans Empowerment Project socials. So yeah, that's about me.
Excellent. And I have been your wonderful DM, Neon Graffiti. You can find me at all social medias at It's Neon Graffiti. That is Twitter, that is Instagram, that is TikTok, and that is soon to be YouTube. I just finished editing my first episode of gameplay today. So I will see you all there. Aside from that, you can find me on the Legends of Logomancy, and then maybe at Pocket Dragon. We'll see going forward. I would love to shuffle on over. And with all of that being said, now that you know where to find us and how, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hyping us up and coming along for this amazing journey. And thank you so much for supporting the Trans Empowerment Project through the month of June for Pride Month. It is such a huge honor to be able to fundraise for them, to put on this entertainment for them, and to host games for the wonderful, wonderful director team. I am honored beyond belief. So we will catch you next time on Legends of Logomancy. I don't know when the next stream is off the top of my head, but check us out on Twitter for updates on that. We always have a little going live, or join the Discord. Come hang out with us. But until next time, don't forget to kiss in dangerous situations and love wholeheartedly. Excellent.
Thank you.
Farewell, folks.
Have a great night. Bye.
Night.
We'll see you next time. Hey, it's my house.